Hey, the MDR. AO. What's up, P2Q? How's it going, Ixo? Thanks, appreciate it. I was pretty happy to top 8. Get to play in the PT finals, which, for those who don't follow the competitive play that closely, I'm in Rivals, which is the second tier league. Only the MPL is directly invited to the PT finals. So my top 8 qualified me for the Pro Tour finals, which will be a nice kind of exclusive event, probably less than 100 players. Nice prize pool. It's in about a month, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Voxy, you're one of my faves, but you were not first. I'm not sure what the first base. What made you think you were first? The MDR, P2Q, IXO. You were fourth, in fact. How you doing though? I don't know if you played it all yesterday. I fired a sealed this morning. It's my first M21 sealed. I'm gonna continue playing with it, so let me bring it up. How's it going, real freebie? Sadly, no, IXO. Sadly, it's just more standard. What's up, the Orc Noob? How you doing, Lebum Limit? So let's see. This is the sealed I built earlier. I literally was reading every single card. Like, I don't even, look at the previews or anything, as you know, if you listened to me before. So, I mean, this deck seemed alright. It's got a good curve, and it's got some ability to close. This thing seems pretty powerful. And then I like this card because normally the bounce 2, sometimes you're like, stalemate behind and it just does nothing. But this is a split card where you can either bounce 2 creatures to win the game if it's like a tempo kind of a game, or you can draw 3, which is always nice in the late game in a stalemate. So if it's like a stalemate, whereas bounce 2 might do nothing, draw 3 is going to be a good card. And if it's tempo, a race, or whatever, then bounce 2 can be game-winning. So I think Read the Tides is going to be a lot better than, like, 6 mana bounce 2 or 3 creatures, or 5 mana draw 3, because you get the better of each, and they're very different, powerful abilities. So my first early prediction of the format is Read the Tides will be really good, a lot better than it looks. Because, again, bounce does nothing once you're in stalemates, but, like, draw 3 is always good then. And then there are other times where card drawing is too slow, and draw 3 means you lose the game because it's a race, and then bounce is at its best. So I think Read the Tides will end up being much better than it looks. Tolarian Kraken, I assume, looks good to everybody. I don't think I need to tell you that this card looks strong. 6 mana, 4/6, tap a creature every time you draw a card. Like, that's every turn on your turn, and then it can be a lot more than that. Other than that, some solid removal. I don't really sack much. I just played this as a 5 mana 5/5 because it's sealed. This Brash Taunter looks pretty good. I mean, it blocks anything and lives with Indestructible, and they take a lot of damage. It's pretty hard to attack into this thing. I mean, you might not love it in a red aggro deck, but at the end of the day, it does a lot of damage. I mean, this is like a red-blue control type deck, so I thought it would be great here. 3 Scorching Dragonfires means I'm never getting run over. Don't know about this Tome Anime. I have a lot of ways to draw a second card on my turn, but it's still a Hill Giant at the end of the day. Of course, this is Gyre Engineer. It's just a 2/2, and it makes colorless mana. And just like LSV and Tom Martell will tell you, Gyre Engineer is busted, so Palladium Mirror probably quite good. Other than that, it's just like some solid filler creatures, some other removal spells. So yeah, I'm just going to continue playing it out with this. We can learn the cards, and then we'll build a new seal together. I'll probably only fire a draft today if somebody takes number 1 from me while we're on stream, and I have to battle for it back. I don't usually get too into the rankings, but it's fun to defend number 1. It's obviously near impossible to do, because, you're playing against the whole world, but if somebody takes it, I'll do my draft and see if I do well. Like, obviously, if I go, 1-3 and I slip to, 20th, then I'll just be off it. But I'll try my best to 7-1 and retake number 1 if somebody takes it from me. What is Ignis Cure? I don't know what card that is, Janice. Arena seems to be kind of laggy at the moment. I think my internet is good. It's probably just the server overloaded because it is the breaking of the new set M21 here. I did number 1 off stream, but I did a lot of it on stream. The day we quested for number 1, I think I finished 3rd. I was 4th, and then I did an extra bonus draft to try and get it, and we went 7-1 or 7-2 in that draft, but we still only stayed 3rd. And then it was late, and I had a coaching session or something, so I was like, all right, I got to call it. Then I did my session and ate dinner, and then later that night I 7-1'd again or something and got 1st. And I've had it for a few days. I mean, yesterday somebody took it briefly from me. When I went out to play poker, I was number 1. When I came home, I was number 2 or 3. But then I just popped on and 7-1 to draft and got it right back. Yeah, I assume this black screen is something everybody's experiencing a lot of. I mean, again, it's pre-release day. It's a brand new set on. I'm guessing the server's just overloaded. I don't know if there's anything we can really do about that. Hopefully it'll work in game. Let's play with some M21 cards. Yeah, I've always said I would like to see some prizes for the leaderboard. Just some sweet, fun prizes. Nothing that's going to get people going crazy and playing 24 hours a day. But it would be nice if at the end of each month, they gave first, 10,000 gems or something, and second, 5,000 gems. Just something somewhat meaningful, but not not like an invite to Worlds or something, not $10,000 or something where people are going to be up all night playing for, 100 hours, 1,000 hours straight. Here's a nice bonus, 10,000 gems for first, 5,000 for second, 2,500 for third and fourth, 1,500 gems for the rest of the top 10. Something like that would be nice. Just something small but meaningful. Thank you, Elron. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks for the full 16 months of support. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't know the cards at M21. I don't even know the commons. I really deliberately avoid preview season. This is my very first sealed. Literally, I read every single card in the sealed. And here we are playing sealed number 1, game number 2. So I literally know, nothing. So you're pre-releasing with a pro right now. For now, Bernader, for now. It didn't cost anything. It's invite, Big Mike. And people had to enter qualifiers, and that cost money, but rivals were invited to the RPT or the flights or whatever you call them these days. So, I didn't have to spend any money to play in it. Hey, one of the all-time GOATs in the house. For those who are not as old as me, Kai Bude in the stream. One of the all-time greats of Magic in that debate for best of all time. All right, let's see what's going on. We can Geyser for 2 here end of turn, so we can kill this, which not particularly exciting, or we can kill a 4-2. I think I'd rather kill a 4-2 than a Shock Bear, and I think I do want to use it. I could hold it because the Taunter blocks whatever, but I mean, at the end of the day, I have a late game, I need to buy time. This deck has card drawing. Kind of awkward that I don't have a single island yet, and this is double blue, but we're not really under any pressure, so if the game goes long, we can deal them 2 damage a turn or more if they play anything bigger, and we're 1 island away from a 3-3 and 2 away from a game-winning 4-6. I still play sometimes. He top 4'd a Mythic Championship last year, I believe, in 2019. I think Brash Taunter's pretty good. If you're like hyper aggro, this might be like a little expensive. It's a better blocker than attacker, but it's really hard to attack into this. Even like if they're the aggressor, they take a lot of damage. You block their biggest creature, then they take that much damage. Then you fight it, and they take that much damage again. I mean, this thing can really just win a game all by itself. Hey, mountain number 6, just what I was hoping to draw. It also fights, right? So that means not only do they take a bunch of damage, but you ping off any 1 toughness creatures. And if you manage to grow this thing's power, it's indestructible, so that's going to be hard to deal with. I think Brash Taunter's probably just really good in virtually any kind of red deck. If you're like a 16-land hyper aggro deck, it's probably not at its best, but it's still probably worth including. Protection from dogs, I respect that. Just to be clear, because this is a dogs versus cats set, I'm team cats. Just want to get that out of the way. Okay. I assume they're going to Scorching Dragonfire it. At the beginning of your end step, if creature died, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay. Other cats get +1/+1 and have pro dogs. Team cats. Whenever one or more cats deal common damage to a player, destroy up to 1 artifact or enchantment. Okay. Yep, Tome Deaf. And if they attack and you block, they take that damage again. Well, I'm not sure what was up with that shock. I mean, maybe they have something. For now, I'm just going to block the 4/4. They can pump this and deal me 3. We're still at 15. No big deal. I could block it and fight it after combat and kill it, so that might have been better. I forgot that it would take 1 in combat and then another 1 if I fought it. But that's okay. Either way, they're taking a lot of damage now. And I'm not taking very much. But I should have done that. I forgot, these are brand new cards. I forgot, what I should have done was put Brash Taunter on the Igneous Cur, and then it would have took 1, and then post-combat I could have fought it and dealt it another 1. I also shouldn't have fought in response to this if it's growing. Don't mind me, we're getting used to the new cards. Not playing particularly well at the moment. You don't have to fight their biggest creature? Right. Like, you could kill small creatures, like I should have done. I don't actually want to kill their 5/5, though. That is 5 damage a turn. That's going to end the game pretty quickly. I can fight my creature. Oh, right, yeah. You're saying I could have fought my creature instead of theirs for 1 more point. Yeah, I know you can fight your own, but then there's always the risk of them having something, so if it's super close, you're probably better off fighting theirs. But by nothing I did last turn was optimal, to be clear. Literally nothing. Okay, so now we can fight their 5/5 or ours. I could Scorching Dragonfire this, but why? It would only shrink this, which means they would take less damage. This is sealed, so you didn't miss the draft. You did miss the sealed, but it wasn't your fault. I built off stream. I figured I should try and learn some of the cards, so I built the sealed this afternoon. Then I went out for lunch and coffee and came home, and so that's where we're at now. Okay, so they should be dead here. Let's just block the 2 biggest. They could choose to not pump. I'd rather deal them the damage. And then I'm going to put the 5/5 on the 1/2. We've got the Dragonfire if they go for any shenanigans. This doesn't have trample or something, right? Yeah, I forgot to put islands in the deck. You know, It's a pre-release sealed. I am a pro, so, you know, I figured what was fair was we'd play all mountains and we'd play red-blue and see how we do. Yeah, Taunter seems really good. And sealed, it's amazing. It's really hard to attack into. Like I said, even if you imagine some kind of 16-land Boros or mono-red, it's probably not at its best in a deck like that, but you're still probably going to play it as a curve topper. It's really hard to attack into, and it does a lot of damage. Seems like a pretty good card to me. I've got Cardboard Live open and updated, so if it's not working, there's not much I can do about that. I'll close it and reopen it and just try one restart. But part of why I didn't get on until 340 was I was updating everything and stuff, and there's not much I can really say. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. All right, put out our 2-drop on turn 2, of course. We can always play the card drawing later, especially after our prowess creatures are in play. Okay, not scared they're going to, like, shock it or something, so we'll attack. This turn is pretty straightforward. We're not going to be activating this yet, so I think I'd rather put out a flyer. What is this thing? Hexproof from blue. When it's dealt damage, you gain a life and create a 1/1 green sapling token. So we don't want to deal it damage unless we're killing it. This is a pretty annoying creature to have to attack into. Like, if we attacked with 2/2/2s right now, they would block 1. This would get dealt 2. They'd gain a life and get a 1/1. So obviously we're not going to attack with 1/2/2. But even if we had 2/2/2s, it wouldn't be a good attack because they would just block 1, take 2, but gain 1. So effectively take 1 point of damage and net a 1/1. That's a pretty annoying card. And it has reach and it's hexproof from blue. Well, gonna not be an easy fight. I mean, we could still win this game with Brash Taunter or other potential things, and we can use our Magmut here to start pinging them instead of attacking with it, getting a few points of damage. But we're going to have to play for the long game. So let's see. 4 mana, 4/3, taps out a green for each creature with power 4 or greater, which includes it. For 8 mana, deals damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. Okay, so that can burn you out in the late game, but they're a little ways from that. We've got 3 Scorching Dragonfires. Hopefully we'll draw into one of those sooner or later. For now, I want to get the Brash Taunter out next turn. I don't think any of these small creatures in play are really doing anything, but I do need something potentially to block this if they attack. I mean, I could double block on board. I guess I can just put out like a 2/1. Could already just double block with what's in play. Does that even make a difference? Probably better off looting this away. It doesn't seem like it's really going to do anything. And this is an instant, right? Yeah. I just restarted CBL. Enters the battlefield, draw a card, tap that green. Oh, that's a nice card. 3 mana, 2/2 that adds mana and draws a card. I like that. I love anything that says draw a card. Alright, so let's loot. Try and find land 5, get our Brash Taunter down. That might be a near unbeatable card for red-green. So we're definitely not going to discard the card drawing spell because we really just want to find land 5 for next turn. And then, of course, we're not discarding Brash Taunter. I don't think any of these other cards really make much of a difference. The Arcanist looks to be about the worst of them. Hey, thanks for the raid, Solarels, if I said your name right. Appreciate the support. And let's not forget to ping the opponent, something I'm probably going to do several times. Okay, no decisions here. This turn we get our Taunter online. I mean, we're basically going to have to burn them out. I don't know how we're going to attack into the Spore Web Weaver pretty much ever. I mean, we could, you know, find ways to answer it, but 4 toughness is pretty annoying. I've got the 1 Volcanic Geyser that can kill it. Other than that, it's like 3 Scorching Dragonfires and like a blue bounce spell. Well, I appreciate you introducing them to my stream. At the moment, we're sealing. I play draft like 90% of the time, but today's like, you know, my first time seeing M21 cards. So I'm gonna be sealing today. After this one, we'll do another 2 seals probably. Yeah, I know Blue Bounce doesn't do anything to it. Neither does Scorching Dragonfire. That was my point. I think Volcanic Geyser is pretty much my only direct out to Spore Web Weaver. But I can also just burn them out with Taunter and Magmut here. So 6 mana, 6/6 trample. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, it does that much damage to a creature. It's a scary card. Pretty scary card. So if I fight it, trample, like, they'll still take 6. If I block it, though, they'll only assign 1 to the indestructible creature and 5 to me. Okay, well, that draws 2. We don't need all our mana here, so let's play that, I think, see what we get. Yeah, I could play that and play it on their turn, but I don't even think I want to do that. Just going to go ahead and fight the 6/6 for 6 damage to them this turn, I think. So if we block it, they take 1. Then we fight it, they take 6, so they're at 8. What is this thing? 6/6 flying? Gonna be a tight game. I mean, they might be dead. I think ping... Yeah, if they attack, I think I have exactly 15. And so, I mean, if they don't attack, then I think I only have 14 right now, but they're not dealing me any damage. Because if I block, they take 1, even though it has trample, they still have to deal 1 to the Taunter. Then I fight it, and they take 6, ping them, so that's 8. 1 from the ping, 1 from right now, and then 6 from the fight. And then I on-tap, ping them, and fight a 6 power again. So I think that's game. Unless they have something, I think we win. Just fight a 6/6. Doesn't matter which. Trample works when they're attacking and I'm blocking. It doesn't work in a fight. I guess they could kill this Magmut right now if they have Scorching Dragonfire. But if not, just going to go for the win here. And dead. Cool. Guess they could also, like, burn their own thing to gain life. But, you know, if they stay alive for a turn, I'm not dead. I just drop a flyer and another blocker, and I'm still at 15. Yeah, and to be clear, though, Taunter, I do think it's going to be good in draft. Like I said, even in a hyper aggro deck, I think you're going to play it. But I want to be clear. I don't know how good it is. I don't even know the cards in the set. But that type of card is going to perform better in Sealed than in Draft. Sealed is more about big creatures and longer games, less about, like, synergy and focused archetypes and, like, flyers. So, like, expect something like Taunter to be at its absolute best, basically, in what you're seeing right now. Because I have, like, a red-blue kind of control-ish deck, and we're playing Sealed. In, like, a Boros aggro deck in Draft, I'm not saying it's not going to be a good card, but it's going to be less good. However good the Taunter performs in a red-blue Sealed with card drawing, it's not going to perform that well as well in a Boros aggro deck in Draft or something like that. I just want you to keep that in mind. It's certainly a Sealed deck bomb, but it's still probably good in Draft. I'm definitely not saying it isn't. I'm just saying it's going to perform a little worse in an aggressive Draft deck than it is in this blue-red Sealed. I just want you to have that in mind. Alright, I think we just want to get our mana producer out first, then we'll have a lot to work with next turn if they don't kill it. So now we have 6 to 7 mana. Well, we can use 7 mana. I can use the Arcanist for a mana towards Dragonfire, burn out the Weird. Then I can just play, like, the Singer, and the Tome. I don't really want to use the Tome to scry. I just want to draw cards with it since I have access to so much mana. So, since artifacts aren't affected by summoning sickness, we could also play this and use it, and that's 4, and then play the Singer or the Dragonfire. I think I'm pretty happy to Dragonfire the Weird this turn. I don't want to risk that thing growing. It's a pretty good 3-drop. Yeah, I'm just going to dump my hand. I mean, even though I won't get to use the Tome this turn except to scry if I want to, I can still just always not use it this turn, and then I'll have it out already. I'll have saved 2 mana next turn. So I think I'm just going to empty my hand. probably won't use it to scry. We're not really under any pressure, and we have a lot of mana. I think the only reason to do that would be if you need the 4 life, if you're in like a tight game, you need something this turn. For now, I think we can just go ahead and chill. Draw a card, see what we get. Can't really attack into the Taunter right now anyway. But this can. I'll happily take 1 to draw a card. Taunter's great, but it doesn't have reach, so we can poke them in the air, and back to you, opponent. I think Arena's been doing a lot of black screening and lag and stuff. I think it's probably just overloaded because it's M21 release day. Try not to be too hard on it today. Hopefully they'll get it working well by this weekend. But I'm sure the site is just overloaded with it having come out today. All right, let's start by drawing a card, see what we get. So the only problem now is if I attack on the ground, they can block and then fight the same creature they block and kill it. So I don't really want to let them do that because they've got their 3-up. So I think I'm just going to not attack yet this turn. If they ever don't have 3-up, I'll gladly attack on the ground. Like, I can take 2 damage to draw a card with the Larcenist and deal them a couple points. But for right now, I don't want to, like, have them block Larcenist and then fight it post-combat, and then my Larcenist dies. And then I get in, 1 damage, 3 damage if I don't cast the Taunter. Yeah, to be honest, Arena had been working pretty well for me the past couple weeks. So I'm guessing, they just updated and it's probably overloaded, like I said. It's their job to not have this happen, so I'll start complaining about it by the weekend if it's still doing it. But hour 3 of the new set being on, I'm going to try and give them a little bit of a pass for now. Okay, so I don't think we're looking at Geyser this turn, so let's start by drawing a card. See what we get. So my choice is basically attack with everything or attack with just the flyer. If I attack with everything, they can block like Larcenist or Mire. They'll take like an extra 2 or 3 on the ground. I'll get a card from the Larcenist. Then they can fight off whatever they blocked, Larcenist or the Mirror. Doesn't really seem worth it. I mean, I'm pretty close to closing out. But I mean, I'm taking extra damage and losing a creature to deal them 2 or 3 points. I think we can just hang out. Plus, then we tap our mana. For now, I still have Geyser up. Like, if they play a big creature I want to kill, I probably won't. I'll probably just, like, fight it and then Geyser them. But even though, like, they might die next turn and maybe that 2 or 3 would be the difference, I mean, we're at 16 and about to gain 4. It's not exactly like we need to end the game next turn. While winning is never a bad thing, I don't want to throw away a creature, then have them play a removal, and then before you know it, it's like a stalemate again. Let's just see what they're up to. So our choice now, end of turn, is fight with the Taunter or Geyser for 6. If they don't do anything. I can't play 2 spells, so I can't do anything about that. I could fight it in response, since it's dying anyway, which is better than fighting their creature. It's 1 extra point, and it's better than fighting my Mirror, because then they could fight that. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Yes, I'll fight my own creature. If it was a 3/3 prowess, I would have Geysered them to save it. But I don't think it's worth using the Geyser right now. I'm not really worried. They've already played a Mind Rod. If they have a second, good beats. I only gave up 1 point. I can still Geyser them for 3 right now. Okay, so if we play that card and then we draw a card, we can tap the Taunter, which at least lets us attack. Do we have enough mana to do that? 4, 7, 9, 6, 8, 9. Yes, we do. Cool. This is literally game like 4 of the format for me, and I don't even know all the commons or anything. So I'm certainly not going to say whether I like the format or not today. Today we're going to learn the cards, we're pre-releasing, we're going to explore, we'll talk about how things perform. But, you know how my policy on this is the same every set. I'll jam a ton over this weekend. Like, I play a lot of Magic. So you can ask me starting on Tuesday for anything you want, basically. But today, I'm, like, seeing the cards for the very first time. Like, oops, their creature's already tapped now. Whatever. Wasn't doing anything with the 1 mana anyway. Who cares? Untap it? No, I don't want to do that. Voxy knows what's up. People, I understand wanting to ask the pros, wanting to get an answer, but it's like, look, I'm a quick learner, but I still have to learn. And, like, you know, this is literally game 4 of the set. I haven't even seen all the comments yet. Today we're going to pre-release, we're going to learn. I'll be jamming drafts and sealeds all weekend. By Tuesday, I'll be happy to state opinions galore. But today, the opinions are going to be on what's going on in the games we're playing and the cards that we see and how they perform today. And even then, take that with a grain of salt. Oh, right, I could have paid 1 and untapped the mirror and attacked with it. Yep. Yeah, you're right. The punt counter's probably going up a lot today. But you are right, that was a punt. Alright, so now we'll pay and tap their creature. Untap it? Nope. Oh, yeah, I could have netted a mana, but I didn't have any tapped creatures. So the only thing I could have done this time it's not a punt. The only thing I could have done was tap this for 2, untapped it, and then I'd have a colorless in my pool to, like, cast something. But, I mean, come on, who cares? 1, I think they're dead, and 2, I don't even know that I wanted to cast something pre-combat or anything like that. Mass Blackguard gets +1/+1. Okay, I'm just going to Dragon Fire that, so let me set a stop. Yeah, I could fight my own 4/5, but then I'd have to spend 3 mana. Don't forget I had Volcanic Geyser. I mean, they were dead, super dead, dead squared. I'll accept the punt on the previous turn because I could have used I could have untapped it, I could have used the mana for other stuff. Who knew what they were going to do? That turn, they were absolutely super dead, and I'm not counting whether I should have untapped and fought my 4/5, or whether I should have geysered for 3 more. I mean, it's 1 more damage to pay 3 and tap to fight a 4/5 than it is to geyser. And yeah, I could have made a colorless when I drew a card, so maybe that would have dealt 1 more point of damage. But they literally took lethal in combat without me casting geyser. I still had geyser for like 5 available or something. Take it easy, take it easy. Alright, what is this Thieves thing? Whenever Thieves or another rogue enters the battlefield, each opponent mills 2. As long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it gets +2/+1, so it turns, and Death Touch, so it turns into a 3/2. I like this little thing. I don't know how good or bad it is, but I've talked about this concept a bunch. I love things like Soar Form Hybrid. Anything that, like, you can spend your mana on in the early game, but it's never a blank in the late game. And, like, the fact that this is a 3/2 Death Touch in the late game, that's always a useful card. A 3/2 Death Touch, look, sometimes I'm just going to trade with their 2/2 or whatever. It's not going to be anything special. But if they have a 5/5 and they're trying to attack you, you can always block that. So a 3/2 Death Touch is going to be a pretty useful card. I have no idea, Big Mike. It was done automatically or by a mod that wasn't me. I don't even know what you typed. Let's see what this is. Attacking creatures get +1/+0. It seems okay if you're like a tokens deck or go wide deck. Other than that, not a great rate. A lot of times when you look at a card like Warded Battlements, it's really format dependent. So if white is like a Flyers deck, then this card is good, right? Because it can block their early ground creature while pumping your Flyers. If white is like a ground aggro deck, 3 mana 0/3 to give your creatures +1/+0 when they're attacking is not very exciting. Alright, this turn we have 2 different 3-drops we'd like to cast. We can have access to 6 mana next turn, or we can attack and draw cards. So we have to think about what we're going to do with 6 mana next turn. I mean, we could play draw 3, but I think we'd still just be discarding 1. We're not really in a rush to do that. I think drawing 1 is just better. I mean, the creatures they have out right now can't block and kill our Larcenist. If they play a blocker, I mean, if it has 2 toughness, we can kill it with Geyser. If it has 3 toughness, we can't stop it. But if they don't have, like, a 2/3 or bigger to play, then the Larcenist gets in and we draw a card. Good luck, Sendian. Okay, so 1/4 and a 1/2 will bounce. Let's attack and draw a card, see what we get. Now I think we want to play the Mire, because the Mirror, it's Mirror, right? Like M-E-E-R, not Mire, M-I-R-E. Because we want to have access to a bunch of mana next turn. Kill whatever blockers, keep attacking and drawing cards. Well, there goes attacking and drawing cards. What is this thing? Flying Lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, each opponent loses 3. I probably don't want to trade my Mirror off. What's wrong with this attack? I don't think it's really a good trade for me. It's a mana producer. Next turn, if I have 7 to work with, I mean, I can't turn to Slag and Singer, so I don't really need 7 to work with, so maybe I'll block. Because next turn I can turn to Slag this 2/5 flying thing. So I guess I am going to block, but this looks like a good attack by them. I mean, they're killing a thing that taps to add 2 mana. That's usually a good move at this point in the game. I only block because my hand is very specific that I can't use the extra 2 mana, and I already have more lands in hand. What is this? 4/4 Vigilance, and you get a 2/2? Oh, sorry, it's really a 3/3. Everything they're getting is +1/+1 because of Glorious Anthem. Glorious Anthem's just always good. Okay, well, 5/5 is bigger than their board, so for now, I think we just want to play that. If they make another token, I can bounce 2 creatures. If I can stalemate the game, I can play this as a draw 3. You really want... Oh, it's +1/+0 when attacking. Okay, but that's fine. I'll just eat a 4/3. Hey, our hero. Good luck attacking me now. So, even though they'll take 1 less damage, this Mauler just keeps growing. I think it's the scarier card. So let's put the 5/5 on that for a trade, and then the 1/1 can block the 6/4. This does not look like a good attack by them unless I'm missing something. Just an even trade here, maybe even a slightly profitable one for us, and they take 6, and we take 0. So these don't have reach, so we can put out our flyer here, and then just use the rest of the 3 mana. Nah, I'd rather just fight a 4/4, I think. We don't need a 3 mana 2/3 that we're not going to activate in play. They're practically almost dead already. 4 end of their turn puts them to 10, attack to 8. Then Taunter, and they're dead, or Taunter, Geyser, and they're dead. The Taunter does a lot of damage very quickly. Yep, you can ping something, but I'm indestructible. Okay, so this turn, let's put out 1 blocker, I guess, and then we still have our 3 to fight. Hit them in the air. Life is good. Not really scared of much. Even if they draw removal, they should still die. Yeah, I mean, it just single-handedly has dealt 20 every game we've drawn it. Other than that, no big deal. I really have no idea. Like I said, Taunter, clearly a sealed deck bomb in a red-blue deck with card drawing in a late game. Clearly it's great in this deck and this sealed. Whether it'll perform as well in red aggro decks and draft and stuff, I have no idea. So we probably want to try an Arcanist here on turn 2, because then on turn 3 we can use all 4 mana. We can Dragonfire their creature and play the Hobble Fiend. So even though this looks like we're putting out the less aggressive one and we're missing a point of damage, assuming they play a creature, then we get to use all our mana here, and we actually spend more mana sooner and curve out better this way by playing the Arcanist on turn 2. Okay, and I have to tap the Arcanist to play the Dragonfire, though, or we won't be able to do what I said. Okay, shouldn't be any real decisions this turn. We'll just attack them and play our Tome Anima. I'm sure I'm never going to say that right. Kind of jealous. I'd rather have a Tome than the Tome Anima here. I do have this Tome. This Tome seems really good. Just draws 4 cards. It's so cheap. Still no real decisions. Just attack, play our creatures. Vanilla Sweet Cream Cold Brew is my drink of choice from Starbucks. What is this thing? 3 mana, 5/4 flying. Can't attack unless you control 4 artifacts, which they probably won't do. At the beginning of your end step, create a treasure token for each non-token creature that died. I see, so you get artifacts that way. It can block right away, though. Right? So we still got our work cut out for us. Hopefully we'll draw some card drawing, so our 3/3 can't be blocked. So if I attack with all 3... they can block with the 5/4. I can finish it with Dragonfire, but I'm losing a pretty good creature. I'm kind of telegraphing exactly what I have, but I could send just the Arcanist. I'd be pretty happy to trade Arcanist and Dragonfire for this Gadrick. I don't really want to trade away Tome and Nima and or Mistral Singer for it. Oh, they know I have it already. There's an eyeball on it. Yeah, good point. All right, let's just do that then. Because, I mean, I have a lot of ways to draw extra cards, including this Tome myself. So I don't really want to throw away the 3/3 potentially unblockable or the flyer. But, I'll throw away the 1/3. That really has no relevant ability at this point. We have plenty of mana. Hey, first subscription of the day, I think. Thank you, Ampelos. Appreciate this. Oh, no, it's not. I forgot Elron resubscribed. But nonetheless, thank you for subscribing, even if you're not the first of the day, Ampelos. Appreciate the support. The Tome draws 4 cards and then gains 4 life. You can also scry if you don't really have the mana to sink into it. It seems really good to me. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for supporting it. Shout out to Greece. One of the few countries in Europe I've never been to. We need a Pro Tour in Athens. Or a Players Tour, or a Mythic Championship, or whatever you want to call it. For real, right, Rattleballs? They for sure should have had the Theros or the Theros Beyond Death or whatever. Would have made perfect sense, of course. So the looter isn't bad. It can turn on this 3/3 every turn. I mean, we're currently taking 6 a turn now from the Dreadmoth. We don't want to block that. Maybe I'll block it with the Flyer, because it's not getting past the 5/4 anyway. And then I can Dragonfire it. There's a good chance they might have something in 2-for-1 me, but who really cares? This little Flyer's doing nothing right now. This Dragonfire's doing nothing in my hand. Well, there goes looting and attacking. I'm just going to go ahead and put out the Kraken now. Boo. Okay, so let's draw, see what we get. If I attack with the 3/3, it's unblockable. They're not attacking yet with this thing. I've got blockers for the 1/5. I'm going to 2, but so be it, I guess. Can block it next turn if I don't draw bounce or removal or something. I don't really want to block it earlier than I have to, because then I'm missing out on looting away lands with this Protege. Okay, so if we have 6, 7, 8, so we can Geyser the 6/6 for 6 if we play a land. So we need to do that. And then I've got to be able to double block that or triple block that. I'm not drawing an extra card this turn, so I don't think we're attacking or anything. We are getting close to this Gadrick being able to attack. There's not really anything I can do about that, though. Hey, Foxy75, thanks for the subscription. Alright, so we're going to Geyser for 6 on the Dreadmaw. They'll sack it to the Hobble Fiend, so this is like a 3/2 that can effectively be a 5/2. So I have to double block it. Oh, but I also have to block this Carrion Grub, so I think I might just be sort of dead. Well, not dead. I guess I can just put the Arcanist as a chump blocker. And then the 2 real creatures. So that works out okay. They can't kill us in there yet. They're definitely getting there. I'm not claiming we're going to win this game. But on board this turn, we're not that bad. We're going to take out the Hobble Fiend and the Dreadmaw. We lose the Arcanist and one of the other 2 creatures. I mean, look. Our back is to the wall, no question. I'm just saying. Okay, so I can loot, and then I'm dead if I don't draw anything, but I can play whatever I draw. Or I can block and then loot. I get an extra card to find an answer, but I lose the looter that way. I don't really have anything that does 5. I mean, I can draw things I'd rather chump with, like Sky Scanner. Oh, I could draw the Taunter that I've won every game with. I also have Havoc Jester. Oh, I have Turn to Slag too. Maybe I should just loot right now. I have 7, so I'm going to have 5 left. So I can play, like, Jester or Taunter. Oh, the Gadrick can attack now? Okay, so I'm pretty much just dead then. Yeah, I don't even think I have outs. No, I forgot the Gadrick is on now. Man, we drew the Taunter too. I'll just play it, but assuming they realize the Gadrick can attack now, then I'm dead. Turn to Slag's a sorcery. So block, draw, turn to Slag was not an option. I do like Turn to Slag. One of the best seal decks I've ever had was in a Mirrodin in Toronto. I went like 9-1. I had like 3 Turn to Slags and 2 Galvanic Blasts and a couple of red and green rares. It was a really nice deck. The Searing thing they played, I think, is the 5 damage instant. Turn to Slag is the 5 damage sorcery that kills equipment. I'll just be doing sealeds today. I'm going to do 2 more sealeds after this. And play them all the way through. Although we do kind of have a taunt to the public out today, because if somebody takes number 1 from me, then I'm going to do a draft. If not, then I'm not. We'll periodically check on the number 1 ranking. Take it away, Nick Magus. Force me to draft. If you're gonna force me. Thanks for subscribing, Dr. Winterbottom. Appreciate the 3 months of support. I am. Listen, Kyle holds number 1, and Detsy holds number 1, like, all the time. I barely ever, like, do or even go for it. I'm just talking a little smack because it's fun. But Kyle Rose, the Ham TV, and Detsy are the real mythic number 1s. Let's see. So the 3 mana 3/3 or 3 mana 2/2 gain 4. That's a cool card. So this turn we can play Sky Scanner and draw a card and use all 3 mana, or we can Dragonfire their 3/3. If I Dragonfire their 3/3, I attack for 2. But if not, I can shoot them for 1 anyway. And we don't have land drop 4 yet, so I think I would rather play Sky Scanner. If, like, this Tolarian Kraken was a land, I'd probably just Dragonfire the 3/3 and attack for 2. But I need to hit my land drops, which means I want to cast Sky Scanner since I have no more lands left in my hand. And I think that makes it right. So I can double block or take it. I'm obviously not going to chump block here at 20. We're holding a removal. We're holding a bounce spell. We kind of want to race, so I think I'll just take it. All right, this turn, let's put out our 3/3. This thing doesn't have reach, right? Hopefully we'll draw a land, then we can have a good turn with Mirror and Dragonfire. Hey, thanks for subscribing for 11 months, Dreadlord. Appreciate the support. I will always be real. I don't know how to be fake. It does get me in trouble sometimes, but that's okay. Better to get in trouble being yourself than pretend to be something you're not, right? Mad respect for keeping it real. This pumps other creatures, yeah, so I wouldn't attack with that. I would have just blocked it with the 3/3. Now we'll just trade 3/3s. That seems fine. This is sealed. Alright, no land, but we can still Dragonfire the 1 good creature and use all our mana. Their Bolthound looks more impressive than our Magmut, so I'm going to attack. I don't know if they're going to block or not. I'd kind of prefer them not, but if they do, so be it. Because now I'm going to play Arcanist, which is a 1/3 that can block their 2/2. So their 2/2 is effectively not attacking or blocking for the turn if they don't trade it with the Magmut. But of course, they didn't know this turn I was going to play an Arcanist. Two mana, 3/3, Defender, can attack if you control a power with 4 or greater, which they do. I mean, I can Geyser for 3 here, which will turn off the Pteranodon, so that seems good enough. I don't think I want to wait. If they play like a pump spell in response or something, it's going to be pretty bad for me. I think while they're tapped, I'm pretty happy to just take care of a 7-3. This doesn't have reach, does it? No. And then we can hit them for 1 in the air. And back to you, opponent. Thank you, Bite Marks. Appreciate the subscription. You must have gotten bit pretty hard. 2/2 Death Touch for 4, so it's got to have some other abilities. Whenever it attacks, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, it gets +2/+2. It's a pretty nice card. I don't love this trade, but I think I'm going to make it, because if I don't, they're going to be able to attack with other things, and I'm taking 2. I can't attack back, so I'd be taking 2 and then pinging for 1. I think it's worth just trading. Now, let's see. They can get to 4 power if they double pump or triple pump the Igneous Cur. My 4/6, if I drop that... Oh, I can't drop that yet. I'm a mana short. So this turn, I can either bounce 2 creatures, or I can play these 2 small ones. Even though they'll get 1 nice attack in, as long as I trade with the Cur, their board will basically be nothing after that. The Pteranodon won't be able to attack, and this will just be a 2/2. So I think this turn is pretty straightforward. Just put out 2 different little creatures. I can afford to take a hit. Thanks, Devilicious. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting my content. My opponent's sleeves are not great. Those are dog sleeves. This is... I listen. I've got to be clear. I'm sorry if there's some people in this chat on Team Dog. You're more than welcome to enjoy my content, but this is Team Cat. Alright, let's see. Trading with both of those looks like good to me. I mean, my little creatures are not that valuable. I don't need the mana from Palladium more, really. I'm 1 land away from the Kraken anyway, and I could already draw 3. So, I guess, just something like that. I'm happy with these trades. Listen, as you know, part of why I always get in trouble, I respect, I believe in everybody has their own opinions. I respect people of all kinds. I believe in pluralism, not everybody having to think and view things the same way. But let me just be clear. If you're on Team Dogs, you're just wrong. Cats for life. All right, let's see. I think we clearly want to put down the 4/6 now. Just poke them for 1. Even though they can hit for 2 back, then it's not up to block the 4/6. So what is that, like a hunt a week? Yeah, but instead of a fight, it's a bite. They just made hunt the week better. I'm not going to trade off my 4/6. This creature is excellent. I don't know why I'm tapping this. That was just a waste of a mana. I guess it lets me get in with the Arcanist. It's not actually a waste of a mana. Because now I have enough to play the Tome, to draw a card, and still pay the 1. So life's good. Tolarian Kraken is a powerhouse. I love this card. Just dominates the board. The Tome's really good, too. This is just a lot of cards really quickly, and then you get the 4 life to try and help you to not die so you can use the cards. Card drawing and life gain go together like peanut butter and jelly. So they're soul searing just to stay alive. I can't really do anything about that. I don't really need to do anything about that. For now, tap their creature. I'm going to draw on their turn so I can tap one of theirs on their turn. If I drew a creature, I could play it, but I'm using 2 to draw a card and 1 for the Kraken, so I only had 3 other mana to work with anyway. They're just dead. Creamy for sure. I mean, I do like both, but creamy is better than crunchy. It's like plain cheese pizza or pizza with sausage and mushroom. I like it either way, but sausage and mushroom is better. 6 and 2. See if we can get that 7th win with our first sealed. Again, I like grape or strawberry jelly, but I prefer grape. You know, it's all about the important questions. I would rather draft Ixalan than AVR. I mean, it sucks having to choose between the lesser of two evils, but welcome to life, I guess. I like raspberries, too. I don't know if I've ever had raspberry jam. I definitely enjoy raspberries. Flying could be good in the late game. I think I'm going to put out the other 2-mana 2-1 trample early. Probably just end up playing the other one this turn unless I draw a 3-drop. Put out my creatures before my card drawing. Then next turn we can play the Tome and use it. Or we can Scorching Dragonfire and play the Tome. I'll try it if I see some raspberry jam. I do eat peanut butter and jelly from time to time. I'm a pretty big fan. That's an annoying little creature versus our 2/1s. So if I attack with both, if they block the Glide Master and I sack it, the Sky Scanner will stay alive. If I attack with the Hobble Fiend and they block it, I can sack the Glide Master here. Yeah, my Glide Master's still dead and their Sky Scanner's dead, but then at least Hobble Fiend stays a 3/2 for the rest of the game, so I keep that +1/+1. So I think that's the best I'm going to do here. So I'm going to attack with the Hobble Fiend. Look, Sky Scanner's going to stop my 2/1. At least this way, if they block Hobble Fiend, I sack the Glide Master, and then I'm a 3/2 for the rest of the game. And they take 2 trample now. So that's why I'm attacking with exactly Hobble Fiend. If I send both, then they just block the Glide Master, and I could sack it, but then the Sky Scanner lives. If this way, if they block the Hobble Fiend, I sack the Glide Master, the Sky Scanner dies, and I keep the +1/+1 counter. Alright, they didn't block, so for now, let's just put out the Tome, and then if they play something worth Dragon Firing, we can, otherwise we'll draw a card. We'd kind of rather draw a card, because we want to play a 5/5 next turn, but I mean, if they play a creature that commands Dragon Fire now, then it's an option. Thanks for subscribing, Ricky Suizo. Appreciate the 3 months of support, even if you're wrong on cats. Okay, I wouldn't say that commands the Dragonfire. I mean, Lifelinkers are annoying, but this can grow to a 4/4. This is already a 5/5. And if they pump it, that's their turn. So I'm going to draw over Dragonfiring because I'm trying to find land 5. No such luck. Same situation as last turn. If I attack with both, they can trade for the Glide Master. If I send just the Hobble Fiend, then they block, I can sack. The only difference is now they have 2 mana up, so I have to be scared of tricks. I don't know what tricks there are. I mean, I know there's Dragonfire and Shock, so they could have a little red burn spell. I don't think I'm going to attack. Like, I can't... Well, I guess I could send just, like... I can't sack. Like, if I send the Hobble Fiend and they block, I can't sack the Glide Master. I'd get way too blown out. I could just attack and let a trade happen if they block. This is not a Sky Scanner. I mean, this has a pretty good ability. I'm just going to attack, and if they block, I'll just pass. So, I mean, if I knew they had nothing, I would sack the Glide Master here. But I can't do it, because then they could shock my creature in response, and I get completely blown out. Okay, so... +1/+1, and they're going to give it pro red. Well, now we can be the one who gets the blowout and just burn it in response, get the 2 for 1. And the Hobble Fiend has trample, so they'll take the full 4. So this turn worked out really well for us. And then I guess just add the Arcanist to the board. If this game was ending soon, I'd consider scrying, but it's not. I'm just going to draw. If we draw a land, that's what I would scry to the top anyway. If we draw a spell, I've got, like, this to play. I've got Arcanist. I'll cast what we draw. I don't think I need to scry at this point in the game. Now they're tapped out, so I can send the Hobble Fiend. If they block with the Battlements, I can just sack something to kill it. If they block with the Watchdog, then I'll just let that trade happen. Seems fine. Decent chance they'll take 2. And then I think I actually want the 5/5, not the Brash Taunter, because I can sack to the Hobble Fiend and get pings. Also, I can just give it flying and hit for 5. There aren't any creatures in play that are that big. They're practically facing lethal at this point. Well, I don't know what they're going to do, but I don't care at all about this 2/1. I mean, I know I just talked about giving things flying, but I certainly don't need to. I'll happily just trade and draw cards. Okay, so now they have no block on the 5/5. So we'll just attack with that. And taunt them a bit. It's never really nice to do, but that's alright. Magic's never been about being nice. What is this? When it enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards, then discard 1. It gets someone flying. Okay, whatever. Pretty sure they're just dead here. Unless they do something meaningful, I can sack, ping them, and then just fight my own 5/5. So they're dead on board. Well, now they're no longer dead on board, but again, can't really imagine we're going to lose. Might as well sack it in response. I guess I can probably, if I ping them to 5, I can then, the Hobble Fiend's got 3 power. They're not taking damage when I sack anymore, so I could like sack the Arcanist, then it'll have 4. I think I'm a point short though. So I'm just going to kill the Sky Scanner. I can't like fight and sack in response or it won't be there to fight. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for supporting it, Count Coco Fang. Appreciate the 4 months of subscription. Okay, they can hit us for 4. Not sure how they're not dead, but we'll see. So let's say I attack with the Arcanist and the Hobble Fiend. They block the Hobble Fiend. I guess they're not dead. I just sack and eat their creature. And then if they can kill me in the air, they could theoretically win. So, I mean, we have plenty of extra mana, so let's start by drawing a card. Well, that works. I mean, we're not lethaling them, but I definitely want to bounce their 2 creatures. Avoid any risk of them accidentally killing me. You can sack something with Indestructible. If they make you sack it, you still have to sack it, and you can choose to sack it on your own. It's just Indestructible and sack basically don't interact. Yeah, I should have probably scribed last turn because the game's so close to being over. I mean, they're just dead now. But. Good start to the format with the 7/2. First sealed. Make sure nobody stole the number 1 while we were battling. I'm going to crack those packs because it's a new set, see a few cards, and then I'll get into the next sealed build. Ooh, Scavenging Ooze. That's a nice open. Really sweet reprint. This is a cool little 2-mana 2/2 with some fancy abilities. Speaking of fancy abilities, Reanimation and Eluder. Cancel. We have enough of that on Twitter. Rookie Mistake. Happens to everybody. Target creature gets +0/+2, and another creature gets -2/-0. No drafts today. I'm just gonna do 2 sealeds. I'm gonna build a seal, play it through, build another sealed, and play that one through. Rookie Mistake leads to cancel. Eliminate. Destroy target creature or planeswalker with converted mana cost 3 or less. Cool. It's a pretty good removal spell. I love that it hits planeswalkers. Anything to get rid of Teferi. 3 mana 1/1 double strike. Thanks, Gimiku. Because the set just came out. I'm literally seeing the commons and uncommons for the first time, so I wouldn't really know how to draft. So I figured today we'll seal. Pre-release with a pro. I don't spend a lot of days sealing, but I usually, every time a new set comes out, my very first day on stream, we usually do sealeds. And I feel like that's useful, because then we upload it to the YouTube and all of that, and then people can, kind of see how to build sealeds for pre-releases and stuff. I know we're in COVID times, and there probably aren't in-person pre-releases, but there's still sealed deck tournaments. And look, draft is better than sealed, no question. But sealed is a good way to learn the cards. Instead of having to make decisions based on what you might see later, you know everything you have to work with at the same time. So then you can kind of, you can do more with less information. All right, let's see. Siege Striker, 3 mana 1/1 double strike. You may tap any number of untapped creatures. +1/+1 for each tapped creature. Cool. So that's a pretty strong card. Double Strike's a big game. If you give that thing trample, they're just dead. Familiar with most of these commons. These 2 are reprints. We saw the Cur and the 7/3 in play. Soul Salvage for 1 mana if you've gained 3 life this turn. Two mana 2/1. Whenever it untaps, you can pay 2 and draw a card. Whenever an opponent casts a spell from anywhere other than their hand, draw a card. Discard a card and can't be blocked. Ooh, that's a nice card. So if you get to attack naturally, you pay 2 and draw a card. You can discard a card and get in 2 damage, make it unblockable, and then draw more cards on future turns. So this is my kind of 2-drop. When I talk about spend your mana effectively in the early game and be good in the late game, this embodies that. Because in the late game, you've got all kinds of mana, so you can chuck lands to this thing, make it unblockable, then pay 2 and draw an extra card every turn. So it's like you're getting the loot and hit them for 2 unblockable. And then in the early game, there's nothing wrong with spending your 2 for a 2/1 on turn 2 with some abilities that you might use, you might not. Thank you, Million. Life is good. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. Obviously, this eliminates just good removal. Discard a card, tap to Season Hollowblade, it gains Indestructible. This is a pretty strong card, too. Good luck interacting with this thing in the early turns in play. 2 mana 3/1, attack. If they block it, you discard a land, kill it, or kill their creature. Seems pretty sweet. You don't just have cards to throw away left and right. This one's different because you're drawing an extra card every turn. But this is still going to allow you to kill things without spending any mana on the early turns. A 2 mana 3/1 is fine, so when you give it a fancy, nice ability like that. Alright, let's see. Flash, 2 mana 2/1, pumps for 3 mana, seems fine, nothing special, that's kind of expensive. Finishing Blow, seems like solid removal, nothing special, 5 mana kill a creature. I like that it's an instant, you can use it in combat. And those cards aren't that interesting. They're fine, but they're more like constructed sideboard cards, Duress and Return to Nature, and they're reprints. Alright, Pursued Whale, 7 mana 8/8. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent creates a 1/1 red pirate. The creature can't attack. End creatures you control attack each combat if able. What? No, the creature can't block, sorry. But then end creatures you control attack. So it forces your opponent to attack with all their creatures. This thing seems quite good. I mean, I don't know how expensive 7 is in the format, but if you get a 7-mana 8/8 and your opponent has to attack with all their creatures into it and the rest of your team, that seems pretty powerful. Brontodon's always good. This card seems okay. 1 mana, 1/1 lifelink isn't great, but then once you have 5 to sink into it. Okay, let's get to the next sealed. So Heroic Intervention, that can counter a removal spell. Seems to be a little more hexproof than I would like in this set. Didn't we cover this, WotC? Get rid of hexproof. Nobody likes it. No one. Everyone hates hexproof. The Magic community is united, and that never happens. Okay, Chandra's Incinerator looked pretty good. 6 mana, 6/6 trample. X less, where X total number of non-combat damage. So it's hard to make that cheaper and limited. In Constructed, you might burn them and play this thing on the cheap. And whenever a source deals non-combat damage, we'll just have to see whatever we have. I mean, we have 4 red rares, so hopefully the other ones are good too. 3 mana, 2/3 haste. Another creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked. That's pretty good. So you can just sit there and make all your little creatures unblockable, even if you're not attacking with this thing. Discard your hand until end of turn. Whenever a creature you control with power 2 or less deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Well, that's sweet. You don't even have to have a hand. This seems like a really powerful card. This card doesn't seem good. Exile their creature, and then they just get another one. Exile yours, and you get another one. I mean, you know, Constructed build around to reanimate things or whatever. But this doesn't seem like something you want to put in your deck in Limited. This also seems more fancy and powerful than good. Like, I mean, you don't really need your sources to deal triple. For 6 mana, you don't really want to, like, not impact the board. I mean, you might have enough synergy to play this card in some decks, but I don't think Fiery Emancipation is going to be particularly good in Draft or Sealed. But these 2 red rares seem good. Suberry seems really good, and Incinerator seems pretty good. Emancipation does not seem busted to me. Like I said, if you have enough synergy, sure, but as a whole, like, a lot of games are close. You don't want to spend 6 just to triple the damage your stuff deals. I understand it makes Shock do 6, but you're probably going to have Shock their 2-drop already on turn 2. It triples the attack of all your attackers, it triples the block of all your blockers, but things trade off in Limited, and I don't think tripling the damage that your creatures deal for 6 mana enchantment is necessarily going to be that good. I'm not saying it's unplayable. If you have a red deck full of little creatures, it's your curve topper, you've got a bunch of direct damage, whatever. Just like somebody said, the mutts. But as a whole, I don't think that's a very good card. I'm not saying it's unplayable. I'm saying it's not, like, awesome. It's not first pickable or anything. Doesn't seem like a particularly good card to me. Alright, let's scroll through stuff. Look, I've been wrong before. I'm just giving you my initial impression. Been wrong before, I'll be wrong again. Everybody's wrong sometimes, right? I mean, Huey didn't like Lazatov plating. Martel and LSV didn't like Gyre Engineer. You know, everybody's been wrong before, me included. Alright, let's see. So, our white doesn't seem like there's anything really pulling us into it. I mean, it looks fine. Like, most of these are playable creatures, but for Sealed, you generally have things that pull you into a color, and this white is very unimpressive. This card seems really good. 4 mana, 2/3, and when it comes into play, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on 2 different creatures you control. M20 is my favorite Limited set of the past 2 years. Or Modern Horizons, if you count that. I probably liked M20 even more than Modern Horizons, to be honest, though. Doubt of Buddha, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate the support. Yeah, Acolyte looks really good. But the rest of these are just, like, mediocre playable white creatures. This doesn't seem great. It's like Blessed Light, except it's a sorcery and they get a 1/1. I'm not saying you'll never play it if this is a format that is all about answering bombs or something, but it's not an impressive looking removal spell. Thanks for the subscription, Corey. Some numbers. Appreciate it. Oh no, I like Dominaria more, but Dominaria is more than 2 years old now. Misecast? Miscast? Probably miscast. I'm a Magic player, though, so I'm still going to see Misecast. Counter target instant or sorcery. Okay, whatever. Constructed sideboard card or something. Not for limited. Blue doesn't look good. I mean, Rousing Read is pretty good. Draw 2, discard 1, and then +1/+1 flying. That's a pretty good aura. Some card drawing. Gain control of a tapped creature. Pretty good. Still a control magic. 3 Spine Megalodons. I mean, this is fine. Like, it's nice when your expensive power cards have hexproof. Like, nice as in good for the card, not good or nice in general because it's hexproof and we hate hexproof. But certainly not some exciting card to have 3 of. Maybe you play one as a curve topper or finisher or whatever. I would say our white and our blue both look pretty unimpressive. Yeah, it's still a control magic and limited. I mean, look, you're not going to be able to take their best creature until after it's attacked once. You're not going to always take what you want when you want it. But at the end of the day, if they attack and then you steal their 4-drop, like, that's a really good card. So, I mean, the control magic's good. But, I mean, most of our blue was rather unimpressive. So the fact that we have, like, a somewhat situational control magic, which I think is still a very good card, like a first pickable card, isn't like, oh, you got to play blue. Because, I mean, that's the top of our blue, and most of our blue was unimpressive. It's kind of cool they brought back the shrines. That was a thing from Champions, which is my favorite limited format ever. Not because of the shrines. I would have preferred if they brought back Soul Shift and Splice, but the shrines are kind of neat. These are different shrines, but just the concept. And yeah, this seems cool. If it drains for 1 a turn, that's okay, but not great, because even if you get it going early, you're not really impacting the board. It's fine. If you could choose to have this play this on turn 2 every game, you'd put it in your deck automatically. The problem is when you play this card on turn 7, now it's just going to drain once or twice. I would certainly play this card if I had other shrines, or like shrine synergies or whatever, or ways to loot it away maybe. But I wouldn't necessarily play this card if it's my only shrine and I don't have ways to loot it away. Because while it's a good card on turn 2, 2-point life swing a turn starting on turn 2 is good, it's not necessarily a good card on turn 7. So I'd want to have ways to like loot it away and things like that. We have 2 of these. What is this thing? Nah, this card seems like it's pretty bad. 7 mana, 8/6. That's a little bit annoying to block. But, I mean, it still just dies to removal. This is not a good 7-drop. So far, this deck looks pretty bad. Arsonist is good with that 6 mana thing that triples all damage. Maybe we'll just build a mono red aggro sealed. Most of this doesn't look very good either, though. Geez, so far this whole sealed looks horrible. I haven't been impressed by any colors yet. So if you have just this shrine out, you can discard a land to deal 1. That's not great. But in combination with the black shrine, then it becomes really good. This card is like, if you're discarding a land to deal 2, this is a good card. If you're discarding a land to deal 1, it's a bad card. So, I mean, having 2 total shrines means you're almost never going to be dealing 2, so that's not good. But it is worth noting that, like, if you had, like, 4 or 5 shrines and some card drawing, this would become a good card. Spellgorger weird, fine. 5 mana, 5/5 sack thing, fine. Pitchborn Devils is fine. Turn to Slag is good removal. So red is our best color. And this is a good 7-drop because at least it's flying. It just ends the game in 1 shot. It's not like an impressive card, but this is what you want a 7-drop to be, not like that black thing. So red is our best color so far by a lot. It's not like it's exceptional or anything, but we have some good removal and some solid creatures and a few good rares. So we're almost certainly going to play red. Green is looking pretty bad, just like the rest of the colors besides red. This card seems pretty good if you have a decent amount of 4 power. You get a card right away, and then you get a card every time another 4 power comes into play. And I like this Visionary. 3 mana, 2/2, draw a card that then taps out of mana, helps you ramp. Seems fine. I mean, it can put it on itself, so it's a 3 mana, 3/2, or you can pump something else, and it's got that little ability. Same thing with these Truffle Snouts. I mean, a 3 mana, 3/3 is not an impressive card. It's not unplayable, 3 mana, 3/3. And then if you need 4 life, you can do it. So I think we're going to be red-green or red-black. But I think we're definitely going to play red, and then our green and our black look fine, but unimpressive. Leafkin Avenger's pretty good, so that's a reason to go red-green. So let's take a look. Let's put our red down, and then we'll look at our green and our black with our red, because I think red is clearly our best color. I don't think our red's even that impressive, but I think it's clearly the best of our colors, like by a lot. It's not like the red-blue spells archetype, but I mean, we have spells, so I assume we'll want to play weird. Yeah, even our red is not that good. So what was our black looking like? The Archer's decent. The Thalad's good. One Grasp, which is black-black. Yeah, our green is better than our black. So let's take a look at a red-green 4-power deck. I know at least we have a few things with synergy then. This is a pretty bad sealed, I would say. I might play the red mythic, but honestly, I might play that as like a curve topper in like a little red-black aggro or heavy red deck. But if I'm going to have Colossal Dreadmaw, Incinerator, and Punisher, I don't even know if I want to put that card in my deck. We need 2-drops. We only have 1 here. Do we have any playable 2-drops? Source you control deals non-combat damage. Do we have non-combat damage? The Jester, but I don't even think we really have ways to sack. I mean, this is non-combat damage. But that's expensive. The Devils would deal 3 non-combat, but probably post-combat with the Devils. Most of the time. We really don't have 2-drops. It's a pretty big problem. Yeah, the Mud is good with the thing. I mean, we don't really have a choice. I kind of have to play that. I have, like, no 2s. Why did they reprint this card? It's just so expensive. You get so little. I mean, I don't love Arsonist. I mean, I might play it. Just because we have nothing else going early. This sealed is horrible. We don't really have much fixing. I mean, for these colors, I could light splash white or black off of a land. I don't really want to do that. I mean, my last seal was good. That red-blue deck felt really good. I guess I'm just going to play these Arsonists and other things that synergize. I don't know what else I can really do. Just get some early drops in, even if they're bad. We're a little bit of a 4-power theme. Blue-red, I don't think our blue is good. I mean, there's a control magic, some walls, some situational counters, and 3 7-mana 5/7s. I think our green is almost as good as our red. At least our green is a bunch of solid bodies. If our opponents don't draw well, maybe it's okay. Yeah, Rain and the Prowess Flyer are fine, but... I mean, we're going to gum up the board with big creatures. I'll just play this Tampering. We can use it as a falter. Maybe occasionally we'll kill a good artifact. I mean, I think this deck is just bad. But hopefully we'll draw well. The Sniper doesn't seem good to me. I mean, if there's a ton of flyers, sure. But if they don't have a flyer, it's effectively a 1-mana 1/2 no ability, right? Reach just lets you block flyers and it lets you ping flyers. So it seems like a good sideboard card, but it doesn't seem like a good card to play in the main. The 4 mana 4/3. I mean, it's pretty bad if you needed it, but I think we just put in the 3 mana 4/2. I think I have enough like big creatures and stuff. Is Heroic Intervention good? I mean, counter removal spell. It's like keep safe, not draw a card. So this hand looks ugly, but with Scry 3, draw a card. I like this card a lot. We should find a red, so that's why I didn't mulligan. We can use Track Down to dig up a mountain, and then from there, we have a 3-drop, a 5-drop. So reveal the top card of your deck. If it's creature land, draw it. So this is going to give us... We need to take the mountain because we don't have any yet. I would have bottomed Forest, of course. So this is going to give us land 5 already, and this is double red and 7. I think we just want all of this. I don't see why I would bottom any of these. I'll probably draw one more mountain sooner or later. I'm 9 mountains, 8 forests for this finisher. We already have 5 lands. I don't think I want to bottom a 3/3. Clearly, on turn 3 on an empty board, we'd +1/+1. You're almost always going to play it as a 3/3, but I mean, if it's like later in the game and there's not really any difference between a 3/3 or 2/2, then maybe you'll gain 4. Or if you're just going to trade it off with their 2/2 or 3/2 or whatever, I mean, not 2/2, then you make it a 3/3. But if they have like a 3/2 or a 3/1 you're going to trade it off with and they're an aggro deck, then you could consider gaining the 4 life. But more often than not, like probably 90% of the time you play this on turn 3, it should be a 3/3. Sometimes you just got to go 3/3, beat down. Yeah, and there's some counter synergies. That's very true. Okay, so if they attack, we can just block with Arsonist. So we don't really care. They'll get their life, but this is a good trade. Attack with both, drop a 5/5. Looks good to me. I mean, we could have held one back to trade with this. Otherwise, they're hitting us for 5, and we're only hitting for 3. But, I mean, we're ahead. We're attacking first. I can take 5 and then swing back for 11. See what they do. So, if we draw a mountain, we have nothing this turn, but we know we have Punisher online for next turn. If we draw a card we can play, then we'll judge. So, having drawn the mountain, I think I'm just going to attack with 1 Truffle Snout. Well, no, because they could just pump the Sniper then. It's still probably right to just hit for 6, even though I'm taking 6 back. 2, 5, 7 back. No, that's a lot. I'll just hit with 1 Truffle Snout. I don't even mind trading a Truffle Snout for the Sniper now, because, I mean, the Sniper does block the Punisher. Granted, it's only chump blocking. So this is a 2/3 reach. It can ping, so they can ping twice, so it's nowhere near big enough to kill the Punisher. So, I mean, which one do we trade with? We can save 1 point and trade with the Sniper. The Battle Rattle Shaman's a better card, though. It's giving them a pump every turn. This is pretty close. We're certainly going to block. Think that I would rather block the Sniper just because it can potentially block and then they could play a trick on the Punisher. I mean, they're down to 1 card in hand. We're hoping to win the game with the Punisher. No reason to give them a block on that, I don't think. I can always trade the Truffle Snout for the Battle Rattle Shaman this turn. Truffle Snout did what it could for us. I guess the only downside here is they get to pump this Lifelinker, but if it's not growing to 6, we can still just eat it. Well, that's not great for me. I mean, we took out the Reach creature at least, so we can take this out in 1 attack with the Punisher. Whenever 1 or more non-token creatures attack, create that many 1/1 white soldiers. Seems good. I don't know. I guess they're doing some kind of big attack to make 1/1s, but I'm still just going to eat their creatures. So, oh, because they're 2/1s. Ouch. Well, that's the biggest thing we can block. And then if I block the 4/3, it's 3, 5, 7, 9, and I'm at 1. Or I can block something else and be at 0. So no choices. We have to block the 5/2 and the 4/3. So it looks like we're dead now. Well, that was a nice top deck Planeswalker for the win, I guess. I can't stop 4 creatures, so, and I can't kill them. This is where you gain 4. If I drew a Truffle Snout now, I could get a 2/2 and gain 4. I could actually stabilize maybe. I'm not saying Battlements is horrible, but it didn't do much before the Planeswalker activation there. I wouldn't start singing Battlements praises there. I think that was more the Planeswalker coming through. Okay, seems fine. If I read the previews and knew all the cards, you wouldn't get to pre-release with a pro. It's our little tradition. Day 1 of the set, we play some sealeds, learn the cards together. Battle-Right Shaman was pretty good there. I mean, if you're on the aggressive, it's a pretty nice card. Obviously, if you're on the defensive, it's a really bad card. I like this track down a lot. Scry 3 for free, basically. I mean, for 2 mana, but not for a card. You should draw a card virtually every time you cast this. So do we want to play the 4/2 to trade with that, or do we want to put out the little mutt? I think I'd rather use all my mana and put out the 4/2, because next turn with 4 mana, I can play the mutt and the track down. And I don't actually want to trade off the mutt, because then I can play this 1 turn earlier by pinging them, right? Since this is non-combat damage. So I think I'm happy enough to just trade off the 4/2, and then next turn I can play both these, and then the turn after that I can play the Incinerator. Am I the only one who hates these cardboard straws from Starbucks? Like, I'm all about saving the environment. I'm glad they're switching to them if they're recyclable or better or whatever. But I don't know, I just suck at, like, using them. Yeah, I should look into metals. That's probably better. Yeah, cardboard straws suck. I'm glad that the chat agrees with me. That's not just me. I'm not against it. Like, if it helps the environment, I can deal with it. I'm just saying that I just personally think they suck. But perhaps it's well worth it. Okay, so now we'll do what we said. Track down, and then Magma. Wow, no land. We need 1 more land to play Incinerator next turn, and then another land for Dreadmaw. I might bottom most of this. I mean, I can reveal the top card afterwards and scry all these to the bottom, but then if it's not a land or a creature, I don't get to draw a card. I mean, we don't have many spells in the deck. Like, I could hit, like, another turn to Slag. Avenger adds mana, but we won't be able to play the Incinerator next turn if we play the Avenger next turn. I think I'm just going to bottom all of these. These are just kind of not great creatures. We'll probably hit a creature or land to reveal. Greed is good. You already knew that. If I had a lot of spells, I wouldn't have made that play. But, like, how many bricks did we have in the whole deck? We have, like, Growth, Tampering, Uprising, Turn to Slag number 2. We had 4 bricks in the entire deck. So, I mean, we were like 21 to 4 to get to draw a card. And I gotta take it this turn because I'm gonna ping them and then get to play my 6/6 here. Non-combat damage. The incinerator costs less. Life is good. They do. Ouch. Do I want to chump block? I mean, I don't want to, but should I? This has flying. I can turn to slag it eventually. I guess we can chump later. If they draw extra cards, I might not get the opportunity again. I mean, this Pyroling would attack for 2 now. This was a 2/3, right? Oh, double strike, I thought it was first strike. Yeah, I should have attacked with the Pyroling. Okay, well, I'm not chumping. That means it's way more damage. I didn't even think of that. Why am I pinging now? What am I doing? Well, I guess I was going to do it anyway. Saving the mana makes no difference, but it turns double strike on, so it actually wasn't a mistake. I think I'm super dead. So if I shoot them, I can deal... I mean, I can't even block or take the Arsonist, and there's no way I can lethal them here, so... Hey, thanks for the generous donation, Sean McNamara. I recommend starting with sealed. That's why I'm sealeding today. I'll be drafting by like next week's stream, by like Tuesday for sure. But I generally try and start off with sealed decking to learn all the cards. Because the thing is with draft, you kind of have to anticipate what's going to come next. Whereas in sealed, you get to see everything you have to work with and then build from there. So that's why I like draft better, but I recommend starting with sealed when a format comes out. And again, thank you for the generous $5 donation. I appreciate the support. I mean, I don't think the deck is good. But also remember, we were winning game 1. We were in a very winning position, and then they ripped a Planeswalker to beat us. Like, on like the last turn, they pretty much could. And then that game was close. They had the bounce, the nice 5-mana 3/2 bounce creature. We had a fine start. I mean, can't really judge things by the 2 games, but I agree this deck isn't good. Is this like some kind of a Dreadmaw meme? I've seen multiple people comment about the Colossal Dreadmaw here. Yeah, I mean, I think Shrine Control is probably quite good if you get a lot of Shrines. It's just, you can't have 2 or 3 and expect to draw 2 to 3 a game. You have to have like 5 or 6. It might be in the most sets. Probably not because it's relatively new. Probably like Naturalize or something's in the most sets. But they do seem to reprint Colossal Dreadmaw quite a bit. 2 mana, 2/2, can only block creatures with flying. Tap 2 untapped spirits to tap another creature. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's any real choices here. 3/3 better than 4 life. We're ahead. We're attacking first. Whatever. Thanks, Ace of Swords. Look, if you say Dreadmaw's the best card ever printed, then it must be the case, right? What is Waker of Waves? 7 mana, 7/7. Creatures your opponents control get -1 -0. Discard it. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the other in the graveyard. Oh, that's cool. It's like super cycling on a nice 7 mana, 7/7. I don't know why they won't just make cycling evergreen, but I'll take super cycling on that card. Yeah, no, I'm all about Colossal Dreadmaw. It's a very solid card. I'm not in any way against it. I mean, I'm not going to argue that it's the best card ever printed. I mean, that's just obvious. Super cycling. God, don't make me choose. I actually had ramen for lunch today. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to O3 on stream, so I figured, you know, that's a good opportunity to pay an actor to throw one. This way now, even if I lose, I didn't O3, you know? This hand kind of stinks, but if we draw a forest, then we can Truffle Snout. This hand stinks, I'll keep. That's the real classic Venice. Truffle Snout's obviously fine. 3 mana, 3/3, that's a little bit flexible. Like I said, if they're going to attack you with a 3/1 or a 3/2 and they're on the play, you can gain your 4. If you draw it in the late game when they're going wide, you can gain 4. Or you're racing flyers, you can gain 4. On turn 3, it's a 3 mana, 3/3. Most of the time. It's clearly a fine card. Can't be great, can't be horrible. If Oxy's still in the chat, she's probably pretty happy right now. I keep getting milled. No real choices. Attack with the 3/3. I'm not going to attack with the 1/1s yet. No specific drafting tips. I've yet to do a draft of the format. So if I attack and they double block, I trade with one of these. Kind of don't mind trading my 3/3 for the Protege, but I have this card that makes all creatures unable to block, so I don't really want that. They might be scared of the blowout, though, so they may not even double block. And if they take the 3, it's a big deal, because now I'm threatening lethal this turn. And every time they draw a card, they get to mill 2. So I think it's worth trading there if I have to. I mean, I was really hoping to just connect for the 3. But if I trade with that, then that's 2 less cards a turn they can mill. Yeah, Tutelage is good. It's basically a reprint just renamed, right? There was that enchantment that whenever you drew a card, you milled 2. Basically the exact same card. Okay, basically the same as last turn. Only this time they are blocking. Nope. They thought better about it again. So now, hopefully we can play this, make these plus whatever else they play unable to block and win the game. They're now in range. Right. It's Psychic Corrosion with a loot when it comes into play, which is also a mill for 2. Yeah, I mean, clearly it's better because it loots. Alright, that doesn't change anything. So do we want to go for Tampering or Turn to Slag? We could Turn to Slag the 4/5, or we could Tampering for lethal. We still have 16 cards. We're probably not getting decked this turn. Kind of just want to go for Turn to Slag in case they have a counter or something like that, I think. Well, I'm not going to play Weird to try and bait a counter. I would play Turn to Slag because if this resolves, I'm pretty good. If they do something like a counter or a trick, next turn I still have the Tampering. I mean, if they don't have anything, this is still 6, like, in play. Creatures with flying can block. Creatures without flying cannot block. I doubt we're going to get 7-2. I don't think this deck is very good. I'm pretty happy we rallied back and got a couple wins, recover a few of the gems. Again, not great, but looks fine. We can turn 3 Ogre, turn 4 Uprising, draw a card, and then we have plenty of 4s to draw more cards. This is best of 1, sealed. Doing another one after this. I mean, this one's gone pretty quickly. I'll see how long the next one takes. I might do 2 more, because this one's going pretty quick. But definitely doing another one either way. I haven't drawn Uprising yet. I don't think I've cast it a single time. I have no plans to draft today, except I put out a challenge. If anybody takes the #1 spot from me while I'm on stream, then I'll do a ranked best of 1 draft to try and take it back. So I'm not going to attack, because then they take it and attack back for 2, and I don't want to block with my 4/2. So I'll just play the 4/2 and pass. Well, I think you want to play the Uprising after, because then you get a card off of it, and your 4/2's already in play. I guess it's the same amount of cards with the first 4/2, and you lock up the card as your argument for playing this first. But, I mean, the 4/2 might attack or block, right? Alright, so I'm going to block. They can give their creature indestructible, but who cares? I don't mind trading the Arsonist for the Savior. Yeah, it's the same amount of cards right now, either way. The downside of this is they could have killed the 4/2. The upside of it is the 4/2 was already in play to attack or block a turn early, which it didn't do, so maybe I should have played the Uprising first. Not really sure. Yes, maybe I should have targeted the Savior rather than give them a choice, you're right. I mean, obviously, they would have probably, well, they would have just died, same thing. But yes, I shouldn't give them a choice. You are correct. And that's good strategy. There's just no reason to give them a choice there. Well, attack, play a 6/6, draw a card, life is good. Sorry, y'all. I mean, I'm lucky I got on. I mean, like, I'm sure they're overloaded today with the new set. I know it's disappointing. Obviously, you know, I describe pre-release day as Christmas morning in the sense that if you're a Magic player, I mean a limited player especially, there's no better time than pre-release day. But what are you going to do? So what do they have? I don't care about losing the Incinerator. It's not like its in-play abilities really matter to me, so I'm going to block. There's +4/+4 Titanic Growth. So I kind of want to block the Watchdog because I don't want them to gain 6. No, it's just the better of the cameras again. It's the Logitech working instead of the laptop cam. Not bad. And then, what is this? Enters the battlefield, search your library for a card named Alpine Watchdog, which is just that thing. And, or Igneous Cur. Wow, this card seems really strong. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that searches out another 2-mana 2/2 and a 2-mana 1/2 if you have it, and puts them both in your hand. This seems awesome. But, for now, we're good, right? We'll just punish them. We're playing best of one. We're playing sealed. Thanks, appreciate it. So let's see. Put +1/+1 on a creature. That doesn't really change anything. Can like attack them for 9. They're not really killing me on the swing back, right? I mean, I can play like 2-3 blockers. Or I could turn to slag something and play the Magmut. I don't know if I'd want to kill the Lifelink or the Houndmaster. I guess I don't really care if this is a 4/2, if I'm just going to block it anyway. Maybe kill the Lifelinker. So I think what I'm going to do is attack with for both of these. This way I almost lock up lethal for next turn, and I'm not really that worried about the swing back. And then I'm just going to kill the Lifelinker and drop a blocker here. Thank you, Forest City. Appreciate that subscription. Even though this Houndmaster is a really, really good card, it's a really, really good card because it's 2-mana 2/2 that draws 2 creatures or whatever. Not once it's in play and can attack as a 4/2. Like, that's not a big deal. I really have no idea, Bone Ash. There's that great black screen of death everybody's talking about. Don't call it a comeback. It's what I like to hear, Nick Magus. It's what I like to hear. Whenever you draw a card, put a counter on it. So for right now, they can't do anything. If I attack, they can block. I could play Growth. I'm not going to, but they don't know that I don't have anything. Maybe we'll bluff into damage. Because we're playing a 3/3, which stops their creature or trades with it, even if they grow it. So no real reason not to attack there. I don't need the 1/3 back to block, because it's not going to block this thing anyway, since it's growing. Well, now we got to try and race it or block it and growth it out. Not going to be easy, but I'm not going to chump block. So this turn there's Uprising, which does nothing for us. We don't have a 4-power creature out, and next turn we have the Devils to play. This is going to grow to a 6/5. So if they don't do anything else, we can block with Pyroling and Growth. So I think I'm just going to hit for 3 and leave the Pyroling back. I'm not saying this is going to end up working out, but we can chump. Oh, well, we can't really chump because it is Trample, but I mean, I don't miss the 3 damage. If they don't have any more card drawing, we have the block Growth. if they do something, this could work out quite poorly for us, but I don't really know how we win this game if they have more pump their Codal early tricks. Hi. Hi there. How's it going? Well, now we can double block and devil it, so we just have to hope they are out now. They are not. Oh yeah, that was Lyra. This thing has trample too, right? Alright, that was a good comeback. I've had enough. Yeah, I usually lock them out. I think I have like a very minor cat allergy, and I don't think it ever really bothered me, but since we've been quarantining and all that a lot more and just staying home a lot more, I've been trying to just at least like get away from them for a little bit when I stream, even though I love my little babies. Hello. But I forgot to lock the door today. Also, like, Rachel's usually here, but she's out, so if she's gone, then I'm more inclined to leave the door open for them so that they can play with me instead of, you know, being lonely or whatever. Granted, they have each other and probably don't even like us. Well, hopefully we'll open better cards this time. We've done 2 seals. I mean, that was, what, 3-3 with a pretty bad one, and we 7-2'd the first one. If the black screen ever goes away, then we'll fire another sealed. Yeah, nobody escapes the black screen. Oh, good job, Carbon Siri. Yeah, I forgot every set there's usually a play, whatever that set for 3 free boosters. So that's for everybody. Play M21. How do I run it as an administrator? I mean, I'll restart it if I need to, but I'm worried that then I won't be able to connect at all or something like that. The cat that jumped here, that was Lyra. I will try and run it as an administrator, as has been suggested. I don't really know how to do that, but let's see. When I right-click the icon, all I see is close window, pin to taskbar, and MTGA. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm trying to run it as an administrator because y'all told me to. So if this doesn't work, I blame the chat. If it does work, I'll take all the credit. Okay, Arena actually seems to be working for me, but it's not really loading now. But like it's actually working for me. So hold on, I'm gonna re-add it. So give me a second. Running as an administrator seems to have worked. Except now Streamlabs doesn't seem to want to pick it up. But I can always display capture, worst case scenario. Yeah, so now that I'm running it as an administrator, it's working, but Arena is not picking it up. Yes, I do have it open twice. Maybe that's why. So let's close one of them. Doesn't look like I guessed correctly. Oh, this is good times. Oops. Beep bop indeed. I'm trying the administrator thing. Like I said, if it works, I'm a genius. If it doesn't work, I blame the chat. I'm not on a Mac. Okay, seems to be working now. Let's open any packs we want and then do a new sealed. Just the Ikoria. I mean, just the core set. I don't need to open the gems from Ikoria. Okay, we already saw this rare, mill 2, and then in late game it's a 3-2 Death Touch. Here's the blue shrine. Beginning of your draw X. And then discard 1, so it's loot every turn, and then if you have a second shrine, it's draw 2. The shrines are so funny, because like when you have 1, they're so like underwhelming, and as soon as you have 2, they're like very powerful. This card is just ridiculous. Like, it's a 2-mana 2-2, it's fine. But it's just a ridiculous Magic card. Not ridiculous as in great, or ridiculous as in horrible, just ridiculous. Of course Deathsea loves Swindler. Of course he does. Ooh, Rada. As long as it's your turn, Rada, Heart of Kill does first strike. You can play lands from the top of your library. Okay, this thing's busted. This thing is just totally busted. You can just play it and play a land immediately, even if it dies, you're up a card. And then just clear lands from the top of your deck the whole game. Okay, we've seen all these commons. Soul Seer is obviously great removal. Ooh, they reprinted Ugin? I didn't even know that. Sweet. Well, this card's obviously insane. I mean, million loyalty, sweep the board, kill creatures, win the game. But it costs 8, so there's that. This card is fancy. So you can make yourself draw a lot and lose a lot if the opponent's not pressuring you and you're in a stalemate, or you can make them draw a lot and lose a lot and then like attack them for lethal or deck them. This is a really weird card. I've never seen anything like Peer into the Abyss. Instant kill with tutelage, yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh, let's do the play M21 thing so I don't forget, and we'll get a few more sweet packs. So the code is what exactly? Play M21? Just that? Sweet. 3 more boosters. I'm going to crack those, and then we're going to do another sealed. They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but there is such thing as a free pack. Or 3, even. Azusa doesn't seem very good in limited. I mean, yeah, you can ramp, but it's still a 3-mana 1/2. I wouldn't really want to play this. You're not going to always have more lands to put out, and in the late game it does nothing. I do like Track Down. I love cards like this. Fire Prophecy, Witching Well, Track Down. Anything like sweet and grindy that helps smooth your draws, I just love. Pack Leader. And it's a dog, so it pumps your team, and it attacks, and makes all your dogs not take combat damage. This thing is incredible. Where are my cats when I need them? Alright, Turret Ogre's obviously a reprint. I know what it does. Seems fine. Pump something small, 6 mana, 4/5 menace. I wouldn't want to play a lot of a card like this, but if I need a 6-drop, it's probably serviceable. Oh, I'm not switching. I'm Team Cat for life. What is this thing? 6 mana, 5 mana? 5 mana, 6/6, Vigilance, Reach, Trample. Okay, this is just one of those mythics that's designed for standard, right? Clearly, this is just like an S tier, totally broken card. Okay, let's do another sealed. Wait, let me make sure nobody took number 1 from me first. If they did, I'll draft. Nope, still got it. Come on now. When Idol of Endurance enters the battlefield, exile all creature cards with converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard. Until end of turn, you may cast a creature. This seems pretty good. I mean, as long as you have a lot of 2s and 3s, I mean, you trade off stuff, you play this and get them all back effectively. Seems like a pretty good card. I mean, obviously you have to have a lot. Like, if you only have 2 3-drops and 3 2-drops, you shouldn't play this. But if you have, like, 6 2-drops and 6 3-drops, this seems like a really strong card. Vigilance, Lifelink, create a 4/4 Angel after this ability if you have at least 7 more life than you're starting. So this thing is either broken or unplayable, depending on whether you can consistently activate it. Grow your birds, cats, dogs, goats, oxes, or snakes. Okay, then. This card is fine because you can name whatever they have out, but it only gives you protection from it, not your creatures. So this is probably not a card you want to play in draft, because if you call, like, their 5/5, sure, like, that can't hit you, but they can still just block your creatures with theirs. So this doesn't actually seem like a very good card to me in limited. Whoa, the Pack Leader, so we'll have to check if we have other dogs. Seems pretty good, because it has Death Touch itself. Don't know if we're going to have more or not. Obviously, all our rares are basically white, but they're not, like, they're good, but they're not, like, super impressive. So hopefully our white commons are good. 3 Defiant Strikes, not really the card we want to have 3 of. I do like Selfless Savior. Just a way to spend a mana and then protect your best stuff. This seems pretty unplayable. This doesn't seem great either. Our white looks horrible aside from our rares. Makeshift Battalion, I guess that's okay if we're swarming. Fate's Fetters is always really good removal. This is a reprint. Gain 4, kill anything is nice. And this is fine. 4 mana, 3/2 flyer that can pump something. Our white's not as impressive as I would have hoped. Like, we might play it, we might not, but it's really not that impressive. Okay, 2 of these. Obviously, this card gets way better in multiples, but with 2, you're not drawing 2 of 2 very often. Yeah, Swift Response is good removal. 3 Arcanist. I wonder if we can play some kind of spells card drawing. I guess we could play like a blue-white control if the pool lends itself to that. Capture Sphere is good removal. At least it was in Ikoria. It wasn't really the first time in Guilds or whenever we saw it. It was okay in that set, but in Ikoria it performed pretty well. This card is quite good. 5 mana, 3/2 Flying Mana Ward. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, this card's quite good as well. And the Kraken's quite good. I think our blue is... And this card's good, too. It's a giant thing to win the game with, but it also has super cycling. I think our blue is better than our white. Even though we don't have rares, our blue uncommons are really good. Like, this card is one of the best commons, for sure. And then this uncommon, and this uncommon are all excellent. From black, we have... Eliminate, good removal. Fetid Imp is a very solid creature. This Death Touch rare is pretty good. 3 or more life, return it. That's pretty good, and you can sack it to draw a card. So, I mean, we want to play like a blue-black life gain control deck if we can. Two Rise Against to bring back all those busted blue creatures, too. And maybe we can find some ways to loot away Gloomsower. We can get lucky and mill it. I mean, this thing seems fine. A red looks pretty horrible to me. I mean, we have Soulseer and Shock, but Shock's not that impressive in sealed. I mean, Soulseer's good removal, obviously. I like this thing. A green doesn't look good, though. I mean, these cats are fine. So I think black-blue is almost an auto build here. I mean, white's in third. We don't have any gold on commons or anything. So, clearly this land is good if you have things to grow. Birds, cats, dogs, goats, oxes, or snakes. Just have to remember that. I think our blue is our best color, so let's take a look at what we can get out of blue. Some kind of a control deck, hopefully. And then this thing seems good. This is still pretty good removal, even if it only kills small things. That's not useful for us. Rach got home. Let me shut the door so she can talk and watch TV and stuff. Slide the panel up and try the new deck building features. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, this? Well, sure, that's cool for deck building after you don't need this anymore. Okay, so we might want Lurker. We could sack an Arcanist that we don't need him play anymore. Oh, we want the Fetid Imp. Skeleton Archer's good. We want the Lifelinker. The Rise Agains. Do we have ways to put Gloomsower in the yard? So we have the Walker if we spike it in the top 2. The Grub if we mill it. But we don't have any ways to loot it out of our hand. We have to get pretty lucky and mill it. The Lurker. Oh, the Lurker's a way we can just discard the Sower. Or like one of these other 7s and then reanimate it. You're right. And we can always sack an Arcanist to it. Yeah, you're definitely right. Whether or not we play Gloomsower, We have lots of Boom Booms here. We can play the Crypt Lurker, discard like this 7 or this 6, and then just reanimate it with Rise Again. So let's take a look at our stuff. Bird, cat, dog, goat, ox, snake. Don't think we're going to have much. Snake. We literally have one snake in the whole deck. I'm not putting a colorless land in for just one. It wouldn't take a lot. If we had like 3, I would play the land. But I'm not going to put it in just for the 1. I'd rather just have colored mana source. Yeah, but I'm not going to white instead of blue or black because I have that land. I mean, our white was pretty disappointing. Like, this card is busted if you have a lot of dogs, but we don't. I mean, we don't have a lot of life gain, so we can't expect this to be on. I mean, like, I don't really think, like, I mean, Faith Fetters is nice. Swift Response is nice. I think our blue-black is just a good deck. I don't think our white is really very exciting. Cut like rewind. We don't. No, I can rewind something and then capture sphere. That's a pretty good use of 4 mana on their turn. I still might cut it. Something has to go. But we also have the Arcanist. Rewind looks okay here. I don't think we need to splash white for removal. We already have enough playables. We have to make a cut. All of our cards seem fine to me. I don't even know what I'm going to cut. I'm not saying it's a huge deal to cut one of these, but they just all seem fine. Faith Fetters is splashable. It's just we don't have any, like, free fixing, really. I mean, and we already have to cut playables. It's not like I have 2 blue-white duels, and it's just like, oh, okay, I'll just splash for almost free. Hey, we got a raid from the Magic the Gathering channel. Thank you for raiding me, Magic. Appreciate the support here on release day. Hope you had a good stream. No, I don't want to cut the Rise Agains. I think they're pretty good in this deck. I do a decent amount of milling myself. I can discard this card if I draw it and then bring it back on turn 5. And also I have 3 Arcanists to cast the Rise Again on the cheap. So I think the Rise Agains are pretty good in this deck. Cut Ghoul. Yeah, this is cuttable. Do we gain 3 life any which way? Only with our lifelinker if that connects. But remember, even if they kill it, we still gain our life. And it's a 3-mana 3/1. Certainly this is cuttable, I agree. Could cut the inventories. We're probably not going to draw 2/2 that often. But we could also mill 1. We do have a mill 4 and stuff like that. But I think I'm kind of with that, because we have a lot of 2-drops, so we'll probably spend our mana on turn 2 on Imp or one of these 3 Arcanists. Oh, you know what? This loots 2. And then maybe we can get in the Gloomsower, and we have a decent amount of ways to loot it into the yard. We can discard it to the Protege. We can discard it to the Crypt Lurker, or we can mill it with the mill 4 creature. The Carrion Grub. Yeah, I think the inventory should go, but I think I want to play the Gloomsower and the Protege, so now I still need to cut cards. I didn't really solve anything there. So let's cut this. You gain 2, but that's not enough to trigger this thing. You have to gain 3 to trigger this, right? So let's cut that. I don't want to cut Arcanists. They're good blockers, and I've got some spells. They make Rise Against cost less. I don't think that's what I'm looking to cut. I could cut one of the counter spells. Yeah, I think it's Cancel or Rewind. No, definitely not Mirror. This is Gyre Engineer, and as every pro, including LSV and Tom Martell, will tell you, Palladium Mirror is awesome. If you play this on turn 3 and you untap with it, you just have 6 mana on turn 4. Every pro loves every card that's a 3-mana creature and taps to add 2, especially LSV and Tom Martell. Yeah, we can cut Rewind. I agree. Sweet little blue-black Reanimator. We can discard this. Hopefully dig up one of those 5 mana, get a creature back, and then bring Waker of Waves into play on turn 5. It's even an instant. We can do this end of their turn. Sweet. And we already just drew the Rise again. This card is like a boom boom, a big one that you can loot itself. You don't even have to draw one of your other ways to loot it. It's like a self-reanimator. Like, at least it goes to the graveyard on its own. Not that it ends the game, but it's pretty good. 7/7 and your opponent's creatures are all -1/-0 is pretty powerful. Okay, that means I can't block that, but I still have a nice target for Archer. Can't complain about the way this game's going so far. Happily trade my 3/3 for their 3/2 flying thing. And if they play a trick, cool. It means they're tapping their mana. They won't have a counter up for Rise again. I don't care at all either way about these creatures. And hello. Turn 5, 7/7. Now I can play the Dowser and get back Rise again. They have the Ooze to mess up all my reanimation. Luckily, I already have my 7/7 in play. So I definitely want to Shipwreck Dowser now while they're tapped. I mean, I may not get the opportunity to Rise again because of the Ooze, but at least I get it in my hand to use at a later point while they can't pay a green and exile it. Thanks for the 18 months of support, Cam. Appreciate it. How you doing? Okay, so I don't care about filling my yard. I mean, they've got green, but this growing a little bit doesn't really scare me. If I attack with the 3/3 here, does anything good happen? I mean, I can, like... They can't block with the Ooze. I would happily trade with that. If they double block with the other two, they still have a green up, so I can't, like, Rise again and get it back. I think this turn I'd rather just spend my mana on these two creatures and kind of chill. Oh, you know what? Never mind. This has Prowess. I can just Capture Sphere at instant speed, and then I'll eat one of their creatures and live. So I can definitely attack here. Okay, so they just chose to take it, I think, which, okay, then I'm going to play the two creatures. There's not, like, some great target to Capture Sphere. But if they went for a block with the Anima... Oh, they're not past blockers yet. Okay, but if they block with these two, that's 3. My creature has Prowess. So I think I'd rather kill the Mana Producer here. I don't really care about this 2/3 right now. So what I'm going to do is Capture Sphere the Ooze, grow my Prowess creature at instant speed, and now I'm getting a free kill on the Mana Producer here, the Visionary. I can't kill both their creatures, but mine will live. It's a 4/4, and it's only taking 3. So we get effectively a free kill on their green mana here. Pretty happy with that. This is sealed. Alright, so they have 1 green to work with, so they can still stop the reanimation. They have 2 2/3s, so if I attack, they can, like, double block, and then if I go to Rise it, they'll kill it. They have nothing they can do about a 7/7, nothing they can do about a flyer. Think we just hit for 8, play Carrion Grub, and pass the turn. Ooze is pretty annoying for me, but, I mean, I'm attacking them for 8. So, I mean, if they can spend some mana and gain a life here and there and keep me off my reanimation strategy. I mean, it's kind of annoying that I'm playing Reanimator and my opponent has Scavenging Ooze, but at the same time, I made a Waker of Waves on turn 5, so I'm not really in a position to complain. Thanks for subscribing for 18 months, Better Magic. Appreciate the full amount of support. That's the entire time I've been streaming. What is this thing? Enters the battlefield if you control 2 or more non-land, non-token permanents with the same name. Well, I guess I killed the wrong thing. I thought killing the green mana producer when there was an Ooze in play made sense, but then they got to get a 4/4 token. So, if I go for Rise now, they'll just Ooze it. This isn't actually that great now. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can poke them for 1 in the air. I do have enough mana to cast Rise twice this turn, and they don't know I have a second. And they only have 1 green mana. So you know what I can do? I can Rise the flyer. They'll Ooze it. Then I can attack with, like, the 4/4 and the 7/7. And if they triple block the 7/7, I kill 2 of their creatures, and then I'll just Rise it again. Because I actually have 10 mana. Oops, I was supposed to Rise pre-combat for that plan. Man, that was such a good plan, too. Why did I click OK and go to combat? Well, I can still basically do it. I just can't send the 3/3 then. You can do it post, but it's worse, because this would have grown to a 4/4, which would have made it a profitable attacker. Okay, so I don't want to kill a token, because that's what I want to bounce. So let's just kill an Anima and the actual Replicator. I don't think I need full control. Now let's go and try and buy back the one I want less, the Roaming Ghostlight. This is a bait. I'd rather have the 7/7. I mean, it's not a big deal. This bounces a 4/4. It's pretty good. But I'd rather have the 7/7 that shrinks all their stuff. Rise Again's a sorcery, yeah. This wasn't a big punt. It was a very small punt. The only thing I did wrong was if I did it pre-combat, I would have gotten to attack with this Dowser, because it would have been a 4/4, which would have allowed it to profitably attack. It was a pretty small punt, but it was still a punt. I think they're both hidden. I'm pretty sure Arena, like, if you play a card and the opponent knows you have a copy of the card, I think it automatically, like conceals the other one. Yeah, it doesn't care whether you use the revealed one or not. Arena's actually a pretty good program. Once they get it all working correctly and program the auto-tapper a little better, like, Arena's a really sweet program. Like, the future of online Magic is bright. This is a much better program than Magic Online. Thanks for the subscription, Mad Moses. Appreciate the 10 months of support. Okay, so they only have 6 out. I don't want to lose the Waker, but I'm not that scared of losing it. So I'm going to attack with it. Can't really send the 3/3 into the 4/4. These little creatures aren't doing anything. So we have no idea whether they have something in these 2 cards that interacts or not. So we're going to attack with our 7/7 and our 1/1. Not going to send these little ground creatures right now. That's a good sign. They're chump blocking. Life is good. Hey, both matter, you know. I'll be the first person to say, like, WotC doing something because it makes money is not a defense of them doing it to me. I care about Magic, not WotC profits. But by all means, selling pretty things, selling special products that people like, you know, there's nothing wrong with making money. I mean, WotC spends a lot of resources and, you know, exists as a company producing this great game for us. because of the profit, like, you know, driving it or whatever. Like, I'm not against them doing those things to make money. Of course, we just have to push for the good improvements at the same time. But let's not make it like them making money is a bad thing here. Okay, so let's see. Neither of these have flying. If I send the 7/7, they can double block. Trade with a 4/7 hexproof that scries when it attacks. I don't think that's favorable. So I think I just hit for one in the air, cancel the use, and chill for now. Okay, and that's a great draw. Now we can tap that, then they don't have a double block. Life is good. Can I send everything? If they eat the 4/4, they take 7, 9, 10, go to 1, but no real need to do that. We can just attack with the 1/1 and the 7/7. I'm not really sure. I have, like, sweet lands, the full art ones that I actually really like, but I don't even know how it happened. I don't even think I set them. I think it happened automatically because I played in some event or something. Probably start with best of 1 because it's a little less complex than best of 3. Nah, not yet, Daron. I don't even know all the commons and uncommons yet. There's many things I can teach you, but how to draw like a pro, definitely can't. Oh, that's cool, Cam. Congrats. Are you, like, working there permanently? Are you interning? What are you up to at WotC? I'm excited to hear that. I have every faith in them for limited these days. Ever since Ixalan, I feel like it's been, like, good limited set after good limited set. Very cool. Congratulations. So they took our cancel. I don't think it actually matters whether we play a blue or black. What does this do? Beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or life, create a 2/2. And unless you're gaining 3 life every turn, this card just seems kind of bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you have 3 power life linkers, then that's a way to gain 3 every turn. But if you gain 3 once, this is not a good card. For now, do we want to deal one of them and take one back? No, so let's just represent a cancel that we don't have, and they know we don't have unless we top deck this turn, and other than that, we'll chill. Then next turn, when this comes into play, we can, sack a 1/2 to draw a card, or discard a creature card if we want to, which we don't really want to draw a new card, but we can always just play a 4-mana 3/4. Not like there's anything wrong with that. So we can eliminate the freebooter and get back to cancel, but we'll have the option to do that next turn anyway. For now, a 3/4 looks pretty good on this board. Stops the 3/2. I don't want to discard a creature, that's for sure. I don't want to sack the 1/2 Death Touch. I'm just going to decline. The thing is, it's not a 2-mana 2/2 flyer if you gain 3 once, because you don't get it on turn 2. You get it whenever you gain the 3. So it's a 2-mana 2/2 flyer on a couple of turn delay. That's not a very good card. Look, if you have a deck full of life gain, I know gain life, get X is a theme in this set. This is a fine card. If you gain 3 a second time, this is a good card. And if you have a 3-power lifelinker, that can gain 3 every single turn. And remember, even if they trade with your 3/2 lifelink, it's not like you have to connect. They block it with their creature, they trade, you gain 3, you trigger this thing. So if you have a lot of lifelinkers, a life gain deck, I'm all for it. I'm in no way against playing this card. But you need some consistent life gain. Alright, for now, there's not really anything we need to bounce. Can always eliminate and get back to cancel, which is probably what we want to do. This is an instant, right? It has to be. So for now, I'm just going to chill. If this attacks and the other 2 creatures attack, this becomes a 5/4, but we get to eat things with our 3/4 and our 1/2, so I'm not really scared of them attacking with all 3 creatures. Doesn't put 2 counters on everything. Just one counter even. But it's just the battalion, right? So, like, now we get, like, 2 nice blocks. So, okay, I mean, I don't need to counter that. They can draw 2. I'll just give this Death Touch for now. I'm not sure about this play by the opponent. I know it's tempting. You want to activate your card. But they did have a sack to draw 2. But we basically just killed 2 creatures. And they got a +1/+1 counter. That doesn't seem very good. No need to cancel that. But I will eliminate a 4/3 end of turn. Life's looking pretty good. Now we can use 3 mana on our snake here and leave cancel up, and we have a commanding board position. I guess I could have eliminated before damage, but they also might have played something better. I didn't know they were going to just put out this for the rest of the turn. They also might have played like a trick. That's the real reason. Like, if I eliminate and then they, like, kill my freebooter or pump their creature, pump their freebooter or kill my Fetid Imp, I feel really bad. Like, let's say they had went for Feat of Resistance on their freebooter, then I would have killed it with eliminate in response. Like, exactly. Like, I had a free kill on their freebooter, so I didn't want to use my removal on their battalion and then have them use a trick on their freebooter. I'll just take the free kill. Okay, so this is a 5 mana 3/4. I don't really need to cancel that, but I kind of want to, because I can just buy back cancel with the Dowser here. Huh? 2/1 flash, 1/4 death touch. What is going on? Have they just given up? I mean, they might have a sweeper, but Dowser's just a 3/3 and it's getting back a counter, so I guess I'm going to add it to the board too. I wouldn't play like a random creature this turn because we're so far ahead, but given that that card gets back a counter that I'd kind of like to have online, I don't think I mind playing it. -2/-2 to everything is not going to be good enough. It's a good card, though. Probably one of the best cards in the set. And now they're at 9. If I bounce it and then activate this, they take 8 and go to 1, and then next turn they're dead on board. Looks good to me. Massacre Worm is a really good magic card. It's just not going to do it here because my creatures all have a lot of toughness. There's no question this is an S tier, like, broken magic card. This hand's super slow. Maybe keeping it is too greedy. I mean, I'm on the draw. I've got 3 lands. Like, I can't imagine I'm mulling both colors. I can't imagine I'm mulling this hand in sealed. Hopefully we'll draw some cheap stuff. Or at least land 4 for turn 4, because this hand actually does nothing. Oh, I'm on the play. That's actually probably a little better, because this hand's so slow. Like, I'll feel a lot better about starting on turn 4 on the play. know if I'm going to kill that or not, but I'm not going to do it right now. I can always do it this turn, and if they play nothing, I can Skeleton Archer it. Like, if they just play a green card this turn and it doesn't grow, then I'm pretty happy I didn't eliminate it. Now I'm going to eliminate the mana producer, then we can Skeleton Archer the Dryad before it grows, and life is good. I really love this little 3-mana 2-2. This is going to become one of my favorite commons as well. 3-mana 2-2, draw a card, taps out of mana. That's my kind of Magic card. Hey, thanks for subscribing for 4 months, Pauler. Appreciate the support. So we can buy back Eliminate, or we can put out a 4-3 Lifelinker. We don't really need to eliminate that 2-2 right now. Let's see if a 4-3 Lifelinker can connect. I'm not the best at that stuff, Peas. I know I did it, but search for Cardboard Live, I think, like on as an extension or something on Twitch. I don't remember if I did that or if I just emailed them or something. Oh, thanks for the compliment, Capolo Cow. Yeah, I like Skeleton Archer a lot. It's a cool Magic card. Obviously, sometimes it's just a Hill Giant that pings them. But whenever you get the 2-for-1, it's awesome. And, like, it's a flexible card. You can always attack with, like, your 2-2, and then they block with their 3-3, and then you finish it with a ping. It's just, like, an interactive card. Like, I don't know. It's my kind of Magic card. All right, I'm not going to attack with my 3-3 because they can double block. I'm going to play the Shipwreck here, which means next turn I'll have access to Eliminate, which will take them off double blocks, potentially. Set seems fun so far. I mean, I don't know, you know. This is my third sealed. 7-2'd the first, 3-3'd the second. The first red-blue seemed pretty good. The second sealed seemed abysmal. Like, the whole pool was awful. This blue-black deck seems really good. I've got removal, card drawing, reanimation, synergy. Pretty happy with the deck. So do I want to trade with the Cur? I do tie up 2 of their mana, which is nice. I think I do. I mean, they have plenty of mana at this point. Skeleton Archer's not doing a whole lot. I think I'm happy to throw it in front of this Igneous Cur. Alright, whatever. Trade it with Short Strike, who cares? So now we can attack. And then if they block and kill my creature, I'm ecstatic, because I can rise it again and get it back. That's like a little combo. If they take it, then I've got the Arcanist and the Eliminate. So I'm just going to block the Cur, and then if they pump, I'll eliminate it. Today's going to be all sealed. These have gone pretty quick, so I think I'm going to do one more after this. I'm going to finish up this sealed. We're like 2-0 or 3-0. And then I'm going to build a whole nother sealed and play that through. Then I'm going to do ads and chats. But I'm not going to do any drafts today. Okay, they pass the turn. So do I eliminate end of their turn or on my turn? On my turn, I get the counter, but I spend the mana. Seems better to do it end of their turn. I'm going to get rid of this pumper. If they block and kill my creature, I'm happy. If they take 3, cool. We're 1 land away from the Gloom Sower. Just chill for now. I'm not going to recur a 4-3 lifelink because if this dies, I can recur it and then get it back again. So I effectively have like an unkillable card right now. I've got Capture Sphere for their next removal spell. I mean, for their next big creature. And I'm 1 land away from a giant thing. And then if they kill the giant thing, I can get that back. So I don't really want a 4-3 lifelink right now. It would be good if they don't do anything, but if they don't do anything, a land means I'm playing an 8-6. A creature means I'm playing that. Basically, Rise Again is going to do more, either getting back Dowser for free or getting Gloom Sower back than it is getting back a 4-3. Okay, what are they doing? Target creature gets X+X until end of turn, then it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, they gave their creature +5/+5 and then fought that. Okay. Sure, I'll Capture Sphere to save 7. Now I can do what I said. I can Rise Again the Dowser, and then I get the Rise Again back immediately, so that's awesome. If I draw a land, I'll just slam the Gloom Sower. If I don't draw a land, then it's Rise again on Dowser. Dowser gets back Rise again. What was that primal card? I haven't seen that yet. 1x. Give a creature plus X, then it fights a creature. This seems really good. I like Primal Might. Combo. It's going pretty well. I love a new set. Every time a new set comes out, I'm like just so happy. I'm like, you know, kid on Christmas morning. Just new Magic cards to play with, new puzzles to solve, new experience for the next 3 months. I mean, I live for Limited, and, like, solving a new Limited format every 3 months is, like, the most fun thing to me in all of Magic. So far, I'm enjoying the set, but I don't have any opinions. Literally, this is my third sealed. I haven't even seen all the commons and uncommons. You know, I'll start giving general opinions like that about the set on Tuesday, but for right now, like, I'm just taking it in. We're pre-releasing today. Alright, I'm going to keep this because I'm super greedy. We're on the draw. We've got a black 4-drop. Hopefully we'll draw an island. Then we can play our blue 3-drop, black 4-drop, have Capture Sphere online. I did hate Avacyn Restored very quickly. Miracle and Soul Bond were just the worst. I don't do homework, no. I learn pre-release day, and then I draft all weekend. But, like I said, I deliberately avoid previews and stuff like that. I like being surprised, and I like learning by actually playing, not thinking about it in advance. They were just very bad abilities for Limited. Just super, like, high variance, lead to bad games. Like, unbeatable board situations and stuff. It was just really lame, frankly. Yeah, that was one of the biggest problems. AVR, like, Soulbond wouldn't have been that bad if there was lots of good instant removal and bounce, but there wasn't. So, like, the combination of the two just made it, like, kind of unbearable. So let's see. I assume we need to kill Garruk. 4 mana 2/2. Up to 1 creature gets +3/+3. -2, create a 3/3 beast. Then if the opponent has more creatures than you can get a loyalty. I guess I don't have to kill it. Like, so basically, like, I'm going to Capture Sphere the 3/3. And then I can send both at Garruk, but then their 3/3 gets to eat my 2/3, but Garruk dies. Or I can send just Carrion Grub at Garruk, in which case I have to chump block with the Mauler to keep it alive. I have another Capture Sphere for next turn. I like my chances at being able to kill Garruk next turn. I don't think I want to throw away this 2/3 to do it now. I'm gonna be greedy as usual. Oh yeah, I probably should have captured Mauler since it's a strictly better card. Why give them the choice, right? But either way, I mean, I think that this was I was too busy thinking about this, whether or not to send the 2/3 at Garruk as well. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, that would probably be the reason, and I probably dismissed it right away. This thing untaps sometimes, so you don't want to Capture Sphere Maulers. It's not a good target for Capture Sphere. We didn't mill any spells to get back. Kind of want to leave Cancel up, and then I can Capture Sphere end of turn. It's not really a race we're winning, but I'll happily trade the 2/3 for the 3/2. So we'll just attack with that, and then the 3/5 stops their 3/3. And if they have like a pump spell, this can work out really good, because we can blow them out with Cancel. If they play something we need to cancel, we will. Otherwise, we'll Capture Sphere the flyer end of turn. Of course, we're not going to cancel that. Although I might Capture Sphere at the start of combat now that all they have to work with is 3. So that's going to draw a card, and then they'll draw more cards, but I don't think I'm going to cancel that, am I? I can just cancel whatever 4-power creature they play, and I can capture Sphere the Gale Swooper now. And then I don't have to take a hit from the Gale Swooper. If I choose to cancel the Uprising, then I have to take 4. Okay, so I think I'm going to attack now with the 3/5, because if they want to hit me back for 3, then they take 5 back. So it's 3 for 3, but it also has the potential to hit with the extra 2. And now I can cancel anything decent they play, especially if it is 4 power, and then use the Protege to get rid of the swamp and dig up some more stuff. Well, I'm not going to counter that. It's just a 2-mana 2/2. I'd counter like a 4/3 because it draws a card, but I'm not going to counter a 2-mana 2/2 no abilities. Vigilance, but not super relevant. Sure. So this is a 3/3. They do control a 4-power creature, but it itself is just a 3/3, and I have a 3/5, and it doesn't draw them a card, so I don't see a reason to counter that. Basically, I'm going to counter a removal spell or like a 4-power creature or some kind of game breaker, and I know I have the Dowser to get the cancel back, so I'm willing to counter like any 4-power creature, but I'm not going to counter like stuff that's not really doing much. Alright, so I can Rise Again the 3/2 and bounce something, or I can discard the Dowser, play land 8, Rise Again the Dowser, getting back Rise Again, and then still have cancel up. So do I want this 3/2? It does fly. I can bounce like this just to tie up mana in a turn. I think I'm happy just to get an extra land and play and cycle, get the Dowser going. Remember, if they then trade with the Dowser, I can then Rise Again it again. So the Dowser becomes this incredible blocker for me. So that's why I really like this line. I can't really attack with the 3/5, not because it's like a horrible trade, just because they would just double block and then I would just trade down. So now we're chilling, but our deck has a really powerful late game. We already have a looter out. We have all those fatties. So I don't mind a stalemate where I have a cancel and a Rise Again. Alright, I'm not super worried about instants, so end of their turn I'm going to loot. Just going to discard this little 1/2. Now I can play the Kraken, still have cancel up. Which this already gives me an onboard attack next turn, because if I pay the 1 and tap, like, I don't know, this 3/3, then they only have 5 power out to block a 4/6. Also, I can start sending the 3/3, because if they trade with it, I can Rise Again. Yeah, we could have sent Dowser, but the thing is, this thing is going to grow. Oh, it's only during their end step. Oh, so that was the mistake. I actually thought about the Dowser coming back, but I was like, they're just going to get a counter on the Mauler, and then that'll stop the Dowser. I didn't realize they don't get counters on this if creatures die on my turn. That was the part I messed up. Oh, sad, but I have to discard Rise Again here. I'm not going to discard Cancel. So let's tap the 3/3 because I would rather them trade off the Mauler than the 3/3 here with drawbacks instead of the one with positive abilities. Granted, I'm probably just going to tap both. So now we can pay 1, tap the Mauler. Do I just attack with everything now? They have 3, 6, 8. That's nowhere near 15, and I have a cancel. And all they have on tap is a 2/2. Seems good for me. I can even rise again post-combat, bring back like the 3/2 flyer if I want to. I still have an 8 mana up, so I can still have cancel up. So I think we might as well go ahead and do that. We're winning by so much. We'll just leave cancel up for any monstrous cards here. Guess I should have done that pre-combat if I was going to do it. Playing kind of loose this game. Missed a point. Granted, I think it's inconceivable to lose from here. Oh, it loses me power on the grub. Okay, so that wasn't really wrong. Target opponent sacks a creature with flying. I'm going to tap a blocker. I mean... Sure. That's just not worth countering. I don't need to lethal this turn instead of next turn or whatever. Their board's like disintegrating. Do they have gain 3 synergies? If I cancel that, and then I tap a blocker and attack with all of these, they have to block 2 creatures. So they lose both their blockers. Like I said, their board's disintegrating. But if not, I save cancel for next turn when they might draw something better. So I guess I'm just going to let that happen. All right, let's see. They're at 8. Never use cancel. I agree. The goal of counters is to end the game with them still in your hand. Thanks, Voosh. I often cite patience and focus as my 2 best personal qualities. Very patient. Also, I'll work on a problem for 10 hours, make no progress, not care at all. And I'm pretty good at focusing on what I'm doing. Ironically, I'm very bad at splitting my focus. Can basically only manage one thing at a time. That was the Garrett game, yeah. These are all new cards to me. I haven't, really taken them in that well yet here. I mean, this is the first time I'm playing with and seeing a lot of these cards. Oh, yeah. I often cite all my weaknesses, too. It's actually kind of funny because so many people I know, they'll never say, a weakness, matter-of-factly. I don't know if every other person just thinks that they're, good at everything, that they don't have areas of weakness. I'll be in the middle of a conversation with somebody, and I'll just, bluntly and matter-of-factly, because it's on subject, be and I'm insensitive or something. And I always get weird looks from people, and I'm like, what, you're just good at everything? You would give yourself, good ratings on all axes a person can be measured? I don't know. I have strengths and weaknesses. We are currently on #1 Mythic unless somebody took it from us during this run. Okay, so I'm going to lead this because, of course, Gyre Engineer is busted. And if we can untap with it, then we'll have 6 mana. Maybe we'll get to Slam Kraken if we draw a land. This opponent knows what's up. Use an uncommon powerful removal spell to get rid of the 2 mana on a stick here, and I don't blame them one bit. Alright, we're nowhere near this 7 mana card, and we have 2 ways to bring it back from the graveyard. A big part of why we put it in our deck was because we could do things like discard it to Crypt Lurker and then maybe reanimate it. So I think that's a pretty clear play this turn. The 6-drop we can cast before the 7-drop. The 7-drop's the more powerful one. Actually, I'm not even sure which is more powerful, but either way. So let's discard the 7-drop because we only have exactly 4 lands. Oh, look, Rise Again, which we have 2 copies of. Now we don't even need a land. Our Arcanist adds mana for Rise Again. Next turn, we can bring out our 8/6. It's almost like we're playing Blue-Black Standard Reanimator here in this sealed deck. Hello. I actually should attack, right? I should have done it pre-combat, but whatever, because this 3/4 is a good trade for this, and it can't block it on their turn. It's going to be a 4/5, and my 8/6 can. So if they want to, like, triple block, I'll happily trade Crypt Lurker for Burlefist Oak here. I hope this doesn't open me up to exactly lethal from, like, a steal my creature till end of turn. 8, 12, 15. 15's not 17, but it is a lot. Maybe I should have had the Lurker back just to chump the Gloomsower if they stole it or something. It was a good attack. Like, the only way they could have killed it in combat would be with the Oak, and the Gloomsower stops their team. And I would happily have traded the Lurker, if they double blocked for the Oak. The only thing is maybe it opens me up to them steal my Gloomsower, hit me for lethal or something. Yeah. I could capture Sphere of the Pinger to keep it tapped after that, but yeah, it might not have been worth taking the risk. Like I said, it's a good attack in that it's either 3 damage or it trades with Burlefist Oak, and I'm happy either way with that. The only thing is losing it to, like, eat one of the 2/2s or chump the 8/6 if they go for some kind of steal at Alpha or something. It wouldn't be lethal, right? It would be 8, 12, 15 on board. I'm not saying I'd win from there. I'd be at 2, but... What do you have? I guess any trick, because they just drew another card. Alright, I can take 6. I don't even necessarily believe they had anything, but I can just afford the 6. Now I'm going to be able to capture Sphere that, or it'll shrink back down. I have a Death Toucher to block it. So, this is not that close a race. Hit for 8. Think I'd rather use 4 mana than 3. So I'm just going to pass the turn and capture Sphere the Oak. Especially now that I have 2 capture Spheres. And then the Crypt Lurker can jump in front of whatever else. If they have a trick, who cares? Garruk again. Are all my opponents going to have Garruk? What does this give? +3/+3 and trample until end of turn? Okay, well, we'll capture Sphere that. Does this gain life at all? If not, I guess I just send the 8 at them. Because if they go to 1, then I can just attack with this, and it's game. No, none of this gains life. So there's no reason to send at Garruk and not them. Because if they go to 1, I've got game on board as long as this lives. I mean, people probably aren't going to play that gain 4 or 8 spell. Garrett, this is still a game. I mean, they're making, like, 3/3s if they want to be. I mean, granted, they have to chump every turn and I get the drain. So, I mean, now that they have Garruk, too, I mean, it's definitely a game. Like, I think I'm a favorite. But, I mean, like, they do have a Garruk on 5 here going. I mean, if they ever go down to one blocker, I can capture sphere it and then just kill them. So there is that. For now, do I want to throw away a 3/4 to prevent 6? Yeah, I think I do. Double block because this has trample, but they only get to kill the Crypt Lurker, and I take 0. I think that's worth it. When we draw a land, we can drop 2 creatures, so that's pretty nice. Just going to attack with Gloomsower. They're forced to chump. No reason to send out Garrick instead of them, because if they took it, they'd be dead. And then we can drop 2 more creatures. I'm not too worried about dying from 12. Yeah, Garrick seems pretty good, as does a turn 5 Gloomsower. Good game here in the head-to-head. This time, if they +3/+3 in attack, I'll probably just take it. So, if I capture sphere the 6/6, and then I attack, they can double block the Gloomsower. Is it per creature, or is it just if it becomes blocked? Whenever it becomes blocked by a creature. So if they block this with 2 creatures, they take 4, right? Well, then there's no reason to send the little ones. Because I can send the Fetid Imp at them, which puts them to 4. And then they have to chump the Gloomsower and go to 2. And they can't double block the Gloomsower or they die. So there's no benefit to sending this Arcanist and the Protege. They would just get eaten by small creatures. I'm just capture sphering the 6/6. And then Gloomsower has to get chumped. Fetid Imp drops them to 4, so they can't double block the Gloomsower. I think they realized that was pretty much game. Because they have to chump with one of these 3 creatures. I gain 2, they lose 2, so they're at 2. And then next turn they have to chump and die. This deck is playing out really smooth. You think we're going to get the 7-0? I think we're like 4-0 or something. That is, if the black screen of death goes away and lets us play more games. Oh, we're 5-0 already. I think Garrick's good. I mean, don't forget, that was a turn 5 8/6 there. We would have lost to that Garrick with most draws. I think we'll get 7 wins. This deck's really good. The question is, can we go 7-0? I mean, Gloomsower for 7 isn't that good. Remember, I put it in play on turn 5. That's a big difference. I'm not saying Gloomsower's unplayable if you're hard casting it. Like, it's fine. Sometimes you get to 7. But, like, I'm playing it because I reanimated it on the 5th turn. Okay, for now, I think we just keep using all our mana. We're not in a rush to eliminate either of those. Like, they're both fine targets, but there's no reason to only use 2 mana this turn. Just chill, see what else they do. So far, we're 7-2 in the first run, 3-3 in the second run, and now we're 5-0 in the third run. And we knew right when we cracked our second seal, that red-green deck, that just wasn't a good deck. So we can drop the Waker now. End eliminate. Seems fine. No real choices. I don't think we're really attacking. If they have a flyer, they can tap something, but who cares? They want to sink 2 mana into tapping this early in the game. I'm cool with that. What is See the Truth? Look at the top 3 cards. Put 1 into your hand. The rest on the bottom. Okay. Who cares? No clue base. I don't even know all the cards. Am I looting? No. I'll eliminate something. Definitely not the Pegasus, so I'll take one. And then end of turn, let's get rid of this. See what we get. I want this one. And then, what am I going to eliminate? I guess the 2-3 tapper. I'm not really scared that they'll give things flying. For now, I think I'm pretty happy. There's nothing, like, good to bounce. I'll wait for them to play a more expensive creature or make a token. Just drop this and get back eliminate. Not as exciting as when you get back Rise, but we can always do that later if we trade off the Dowser. Does this do anything? Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it becomes a 3-3, or you can scry for 3 mana? Not really. 3-3 flyer. So if I do attack and they play an instant or sorcery or whatever, they get a 3-3, I'll have to eliminate it, or they'll get to eat one of these. I don't know what they can have. I mean, there are cards, not a ton. I also don't care that much about these little creatures. But I also don't care about poking them for a point of damage or two with them. So I think I'm going to send just the Dowser. Then if they don't do anything, so I can't stop them from destroying it, nor do I particularly even want to. And then I can chill, and then end of their turn I can use the Protege, and I can capture Sphere, whatever their best creature is. Can block only creatures with flying, tap 2 untapped spirits, which they don't have any other spirits, to tap a creature. Looks like a fine target for eliminate. So let's loot, see what we get. And then just eliminate the 2-2. Don't think I actually need this 2-3 untapped. The 1-3 stops the 2-1. So I think I'm going to go ahead and loot now, just in case we draw something to do. Because we don't really have much to do. Hey, there's something nice to do. And now we can attack. If they play an instant to eat my Arcanist with their Riddle form, who cares? Cool. Now we have a nice target for a bounce spell, because it'll knock off that enchantment. Or we can just capture Sphere it. I'll probably bounce it, play a nice tempo game, since we're hitting for 6 and dropping an additional 3-2 flyer. Oh, changed my mind. Now we can use all 7 mana with Capture Sphere and Blightfang and double spell. I was going to play the Ghostlight on the Pegasus, but now I'm just going to play the Blightfang and the Capture Sphere. Yeah, probably could have played that land first. I forgot this card exists. Okay. Of course, we're going to Capture Sphere that. Oops. On my turn for 7, not end of turn for 3, because that's what the card does. And then I have to attack with everything, but I don't mind attacking with everything. Yeah, I mean, I should have played the land first. I forgot there was a pay-for card. I mean, obviously I didn't care that much about resolving the Blightfang there, but I would have paid the 4 had I played the land first, like I should have. So now this works out pretty well. We can bounce the Angel and get rid of it. Oh, I wouldn't even think about hiding the mistake. I don't care if my opponent knows I made a mistake. I just want to make the best plays I can available to me at all times. Magic is incredibly hard. We all make endless mistakes. No shame. Sweet. 6-0. I did get number 1. Somebody could have stolen it from me while we're on stream here playing sealed. Nope, we still got it. Alright, and speaking of it, let's see if we can get the 7-0 with this sweet blue-black Reanimator deck. This deck is sweet. It's just so much removal and synergy and ways to draw an extra card or two and smooth your hands. This is just an all-around really sweet deck. And recursion and ways to go up cards. Haha, I do love cats. I hope to get to draft Cat Tribal a few times. Yes, this sealed is great. I earned it, though. My last sealed was awful. The red-green sealed I opened was horrible, so I earned this blue-black Reanimator. I will draft the next time I'm on stream after today, but I will not be drafting today. I'm going to do one more sealed after this, because this went pretty quick. And then I'm going to do a little ads and chats, and then that's going to be it for the day. So no drafts today, but the very next time I stream, it will be drafts. But I like to pre-release day. I like to sealed pre-release day 1. And I didn't play yesterday because of the Twitch blackout. So this is my first day playing with the new cards. Okay, so if I use Arcanist for mana, then I still have 3 to play Sky Spinner. That's certainly better than hitting for 1. We get to spend all our mana this way. That's a totally fine target to kill. I mean, we didn't have to kill it, but we still have a Capture Sphere for a better creature. And this way we spend all our mana. Well, that would have been a better target, but I'm not psychic. That said, I think I'd rather put down Grub this turn than Capture Sphere it. I could always Capture Sphere it later if I want to. It doesn't have reach, right? If it attacks, I don't have Planeswalkers for it to kill. I can just take my 1 damage. So for this turn, let's Grub, see what we get. And of course, play the land. And now if they don't play an answer to the 7/5, I'll Capture Sphere the Death Toucher, because then we'll connect for 7. Okay, it did have an answer to the 7/5, so now if we draw land, we'll almost certainly play Kraken. Again, this thing's good, but we're not, we don't need to kill it pronto or anything. We didn't draw land, though, so now our choices are Loot or Capture Sphere and hit for 4. This is a Death Toucher. It's a good creature. It's a real threat. I'm pretty happy to just capture it and hit for 4 here rather than loot. I don't have anything I want to loot away. Now, look, if you're not going to deck yourself, you always loot, but when it's at a cost of 2 damage, it's not a free loot. I'd rather just deal them 2. And if we ever draw one of our 2 Rise from Glories, we've already got our nice 7/7 to Rise. If we draw land, we have Kraken. So, basically, I mean, unless we draw, I don't know, the 7 mana card we can't cast, I mean, almost all our draws are pretty good. Land lets us cast this. Reanimation spell lets us reanimate a 7/7. Other creatures and stuff we can cast. For now, can't really do much here, but putting that out gives us mana to play the Kraken or that 7-drop if we draw it. Flying Lifelink. If you gain 3, the opponent loses 3. Okay, no problem. Really. I don't really care about any of the creatures I have out. What are they going to do? There's +1/+1 and protection from a color until end of turn. I mean, I'll happily trade off the Protege. I mean, I definitely don't need it. I think I'm going to double block. I really don't care about these creatures. Yeah, I mean, if they use feet on this, then they're not using feet to knock off a Capture Sphere or something. That was bad. They get to kill both my creatures. Yeah, I didn't think of that one. That wasn't great. But, what are you going to do? Yeah, feet I was cool with, because feet would have only killed one of my creatures. And, like, I have Capture Sphere in here and Capture Sphere on a good card here. So, like, I didn't care if they had feet. That block wasn't good against Alchemist Gift. Against feet, the block was fine. I would trade the 2/3 for feet at that point. Alright, so now it's Kraken. Hopefully they're about out of gas. So now we're going to Capture Sphere that, because right now it's hitting for 3, and then I'm getting drained for an additional 3. What are we rising? We can rise the Gloom Sower. Oh, we can rise the Waker. That's probably better than the Gloom Sower. But I really also want to Capture Sphere that. So this turn... We don't have enough mana to do both, right? 5, 8. Oh, we do if we don't tap anything. Okay, well then I'm not going to tap anything. Except don't tap all my blue. 2, 3, 4... Wait, am I a mana short? 3, 6, 8. Oh, this is 9. I'm losing my mind, y'all. Don't get old. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I can untap the Grub. Definitely something I was thinking about. I just stopped because I thought I had 9 to play both of these. So for now, I want to play the more expensive one, maybe. But then I still take a hit. Or I can just Capture Sphere that. I die if they have anything. Oh, wait, I can chump with Skyscanner as a backup plan. Yes, but I would have to use it at instant speed, which I could have done with Capture Sphere. Yep. What I should have done was tap 2, untap the mirror, tapped it again, and then I could have sphered and rised. Yep, nice job, chat. That would have been the optimal play. Yeah, I'm just going to chill and sphere. But yeah, I actually could have sphered and rised again. Like, hitting for 8 with Grub is sweet, but, like, I don't need to attack them right now. But, yeah, the right play would have been to pool 2, then untap the mirror and have a colorless floating. Then I could have tapped the mirror, had 3, 1 for sphere is 4 during my draw step, because sphere has flash. And then I would have still had 5 for Rise to Glory. I punted that. No. I mean, we're not dead. We have the scanner to block with, but now I have to top deck something or I am dead, right? I can rise the Waker. I don't think that's going to do it. So let's see. Can't bring back Capture Sphere. I can bring back Waker, in which case it'll get -1. But now that it got +1 from the feet, that doesn't really stop the drain, even if I somehow blocked it. If I bring back the scanner to block it, I still die to its trigger. I might need to do that just because I can draw a card and try and top deck an answer. can't do anything with the mana now. I don't know how much I'm going to need for an answer. But I also need blockers for all these, like, ground creatures. 1, 2, 3. And I might spend the mirror, so I think I pay the 1. On tap the 8/5. I don't even know how I can win. Do I even have outs? Because if I block this, they still gain their 3, and then I still get drained for 3. Well, whatever. I can untap when I draw a card off scanner. I need, like, a removal spell. I don't know if anything really exists. I have 2 spears. I use them. There goes the 7-0 dream. I might have punted it. Oh, yeah, I do have the black spell that kills a 3 or less, but it's already in the yard. But I have, like, the prowess creature. Punted away the 7-0. I deserve it. I have no idea how Boris is in this set. I mean, we don't know if I would have won that game or not if I played optimally, but I definitely didn't play optimally. So the turn before, I could have capture sphered. They would have still feeded, unless they just drew it, which they probably didn't. They were holding cards the whole game. And then I would have rised up the 7/7, shrinking it, but the feat really did me in, because it turned it into an extra power, so even if the 7/7 shrinked it by 1, it would have still been hitting for 3 and gaining 3, which means I'd be losing 3. But, I mean, I did still punt, because the on-tap add the extra mana play with the mirror is really good, because it lets me cast Capture Sphere, because it has flash during my draw step, and then still cast the 5 mana Rise during my main phase. So that would have been a much better turn. So I absolutely punted. I would have probably still lost, but that's not the point. I prefer Arena to Magic Online. I prefer humans to bots, but I think Arena is just a sweeter program. If I attack and they feed, it's pretty bad for me. Their mana's up. I'm just going to attack with just the Imp and pass. I can always eliminate end of their next turn. I don't really care if I take 1. Plus, they might play a better 3-drop. Like, this is just a 2/2 pinger right now. I need to play for the long game because I have a handful of business. Okay, so that can't be eliminated. Now I'll eliminate the Magmut here. Surprise reach. Seems like there's one red creature every set that has reach. We need to start remembering that so I don't throw away a creature. Sigh. Come on, deck. We're playing 17 lands. We've got the Sky Scanner. I know, but if I attack, they take it, and then they hit back for 4. If they attack, I block and give it Death Touch. This game is going downhill. I mean, if we draw a land now and they don't have more removal, we're not out of it. Okay, so should be the right play. It'll at least block the 4/3, and if we get at least a 3-caster, then it will threaten to block both creatures. Because if they attacked with both, I would block this and eat it. That's assuming they don't have removal. So hopefully I can get this 4-3 down. Then if I can at least get a trade-off with that, this will grow, we'll gain 4 life, get back into this thing. Alright, so they're saying they have something. I have to block, I don't care. But what exactly are the tricks? There's Shore Strike, which takes down my grub either way. There's Feet, which doesn't work if grub blocks the 3-5, but they also don't have to use it. Thank you, God and Mead. Appreciate the subscription. Is there anything else besides Feet and Shore Strike that I should be thinking about? I mean, they could have like a shock effect, like a Dragon Fire or something, in which case I'd much rather block the 4-3. Defiant Strike +1/+0. I think I just want to let them use their trick. Like, if they Feet here, I Capture Sphere after that. But yeah, there's stuff like +2/+0 to all their creatures. Feet was always going to knock off Capture Sphere, and there's stuff like +2/+0 or +1/+0 or Shock, in which case I'd much rather just block the 4-3 and kill it. Like, imagine I block the 3-5, and then they Shock or Dragonfire my grub. I don't kill either of their creatures. So now, do we want to put out a 4-3 lifelink or Capture Sphere? The risk with the 4-3 lifelink is that they have Scorching Dragonfire. But if they don't have Dragonfire, it's a much better blocker. Never beating another Feat anyway. So I'm just going to pass. I can feed... So let's pretend like I had 20 life. I'd Capture Sphere the Ogre now, because if they feed it later, it doesn't on-tap immediately. Right now, I don't care. If they have another Feat, I'm never winning this game. I don't know if this game's really winnable, even if they don't have a Feat. Well, that doesn't give Menace to anything, so that's not that big of a deal. Still Capture Sphere, whichever one of the 5-4 or the 3-5. I guess the 5-4, and then I'm going to chump the 7-5. Not saying this game's going well. Now I'm going to 5, and they have a 4-5 Menace, so certainly not going well. Can we survive here with this 4-3? We're at 9 effectively, so yeah. But if they attack with these two, I have to block. That doesn't really work. I think I might have Capture Sphered the wrong creature. If I would have put out the 4-3, that could have blocked the 5-4. Now it can't block the 3-5. Why am I playing so bad? Well, I guess it's my first time seeing these cards. Alright, well, let's just hope they attack with everything for now. Then I can trade with the Houndmaster and stay alive. But even then at 2, I don't even know if I have outs next turn. Thank you, Doug Exeter. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for the 10 months of support, even if I'm punting left and right today. Why is that game? Oh, well, Legion's Judgment is game. The +1 from Defiant Strike wasn't game. Jeez, are we not even going to get 7 wins? I talked all that smack about 7-0. Yeah, oh, it was 5 power and I was at 5, so it was game. Because they could attack with just that. If they sent the other one and I blocked, then I could gain 4. But if they sent just that, I couldn't block. I think for pre-release day, we should just hit the punt counter like 3 times. Because I don't want to add like 30 punts when I'm literally seeing the cards for the first time. You know, just like every release day, we just have like an agreed upon number of punts that we negotiate at the start of the day. You know, like we'll just call it 5 punts or 3 punts or some number of punts. I think that's pretty reasonable, Cam. 30? Don't I get a pass on anything seeing the cards for the first time? Wow, you're generous, 29. I got number 1 in Ikoria, where I knew the set well. This is M21. First time seeing the cards. You already knew I wasn't going to mull this. 2 per sealed is reasonable. I could live with 6 to 8 as the number. 30 and 29, come on now. It's not even a good deal. Alright, deck. If I'm not going to draw an island turn 2, that's fine, but can I at least draw 1 land and 4 cards so I can play the Crypt Lurker, loot away something, and then go on to play normal Magic from there? I mean, this hand is good if we just draw a land this turn. Crypt Lurker, discard the Waker, and then we have Rise to get it back. And then we have the Dowser to get back the Rise. Hooray! One card off. Would have discarded the Gloom Sower. Mostly just because I can discard this one from my hand anyway. This is sealed. We're about to do another sealed. This is 6 and 2, so it's the last game of the sealed, win or lose. Hopefully win. Okay, no land for Rise, but I don't mind Capture Sphering the Oak. For this turn, no reason to do it now, though. Oh, you're right. Ranger's Guile is a card. Maybe I should do it now. Yeah, Ranger's Guile is a good enough reason to do it now. Good job, chat. Chat 12,847, Ben 11. Thank you for subscribing, Red Bull Wing. Appreciate it. Also, thanks for all the energy you give me. 5 mana 4/4. As long as you've drawn 2 or more cards, you get Silver Stone Vigilance. Okay, whatever. It's not haste. Can we draw a land? Land for Rise again? Sigh. I guess it's Arcanist and Eliminate. Arcanist gives us land for Rise again. And then I can just eliminate this pinger here. Yeah, I like this tome a lot. Tome rhymes with home. I like this card a lot because it's so cheap and efficient. And, like, the 4 life means you're less likely to die before you spend the cards. So I don't know what they have. I really don't want to lose Arcanist. I really don't care about Crypt Lurker. So I'm just going to block here. Then I can pull their trick with my Crypt Lurker. And then, like, I mean, whatever. I don't care at all about this Crypt Lurker. Then I can use Arcanist and Rise to bring back my 7/7. Does this do anything? Not really. Okay, hopefully they don't have like a way to steal it or something like that. It shrinks their team, so I mean we're pretty comfortable as long as they can't remove the 7/7. Sadly, no blue, so we don't have the rest of our hand unlocked. A blue would have let us play Dowser, getting back Rise. Now all we can do is play Fetid him. Don't even have Cancel up. But we're not really under any pressure, so that's fine. Sure thing. Nice ribbon still. One of the worst draws in our deck. Still basically does nothing. But, again, we're not under any pressure and our hand is loaded, so we'll just hopefully draw an island sooner or later. Oh, Swamp, just what we needed. Swamp number 5 before Island number 2. Thank you, Razmaniacal. Appreciate the 18 months of support. It's the entire time I've been streaming. What do they have? Attacking with everything? There's +4/+4. Kind of makes me want to block Turd Ogre. This way I at least finish it off. Because, I mean, the Waker has to block. And then I can't really take this much damage, so maybe we double block the 5/6. So we take none and we only lose 1/1/3. Because this plays around Shore Strike. This plays around Dragonfire. Well, it didn't work out great, but it also didn't work out horrible. Oh, Shore Strike 2? Come on. This is gross. I needed an island for 80 turns to win this game. Hey, babe.
How you doing?
What's up?
Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How you doing?
We're just quiet. Want pizza tonight?
Sure. Alright, one last one. If I'm lucky, Dangle, if I'm lucky. Alright, so Rada's pretty busted. A couple Temples. Temples are good and limited. Even if they're one color on, I usually play them. If they're two colors on, they're really sweet. This thing's good if you can gain a lot of life, but if you're never triggering it, then it's unplayable. But if you, like, enchant it, then it's a lifelinker. Play the top card of the library revealed. Cast Goblins from the top. So, again, if you're a Goblin deck, this thing's awesome. Otherwise, it's difficult to cast 2 mana 2/2. And Pack Leader for dogs. So let's see. I like the Savior. Another nice lifelinker to gain life with the Speaker. This thing seems okay. If they go to kill one of your creatures, you can exile it in response and get a 4/4 flyer, or you can exile like a little token or something and turn it into a 4/4 flyer. The Pack Leader. I guess this is a dog. Doesn't seem like we have many dogs. Faith Fetter's good removal. And I mean, I like this card. Unfortunately, it's a unicorn. It should be a dog. Rookie mistake. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Gerdsman. Appreciate the support. Unsubstantiate. Seems like a fine bounce spell. I hadn't even seen this one yet. Like, I know it's a reprint, but I hadn't seen it in the set yet. I talked about this earlier. This card is better than it looks by a lot, in my opinion. So, like, there are games where you just can't play a draw 3 because you fall too far behind. But in those games, you can bounce 2 creatures. There are other games where, like, bounce 2 creatures does almost nothing because you're, like, in a stalemate. It's not really going to change anything other than deal a few points of damage or something. And in those games, draw 3 is really good. So when you put choose 1, draw 3, or return 2 creatures, I think you get the best of both worlds. Because normally when one of those effects is good, the other is bad. And they're both situationally really powerful and situationally, like, not, like, very bad, basically. So I think Read the Tides is going to be better than it looks. Tutelage, way to win. Capture Spheres, good removal, it seems. Blue seems pretty bad overall, though. Oh, well, we do have 2 Larcenists if we're able to push those through. Two Finishing Blows, that's nice and splashable. So if we end up not playing black, which we probably won't because our black looks horrible, but we can splash the 2 Finishing Blows potentially. What is this thing? Seems pretty good if you have a zombie deck. So we have a Dragonfire, Soul Seer, that's pretty good removal. Two Turn to Slags, 3 Devils. So our red is playable, but it's a lot of 5 mana cards. So we'd have to pair it with a color with a lot of cheap drops. Because, I mean, like, all 6 of these cards are pretty good, but they're all 5 mana. Our green is just, like, more of the same. A bunch of good 4 drops. Not really any good early stuff. Oh, this card seems pretty good. 5/4, and then if you kill a creature or trade off a creature on your turn, you get to draw a card. 3 meteorites. This is like 5 mana casting cost deck. 3 sky scanners. Okay, this is a weird pool. So, I mean, we can deal 2 to things. What are we doing with this pool? I mean, this ramps you from 3 to 5, and we do have all 5 drops. Kind of feel like we need, like, early stuff out of whatever color we play. Like, all our good cards cost 5 mana in every color. Yeah, this pool's really slow. I agree. I mean, our white doesn't really look like enough good cards to play. Our black has some early stuff, like Fetid Imp, this card. I mean, I'll play the corpse if I have to. Some okay 3 drops. Our red has a Dragonfire. Kerr's not a great early blocker. I mean, Soulseer's good removal for 3 mana. Quirion Dryad might be okay in this deck. We don't have a lot of 2-drops, and we can probably grow it a decent amount if we play it early. And I might like the Life from Truffle Snout in some games, and Vine is an okay early blocker you could sack. Naya? That's not what I was thinking. What is our white? Like, what are we playing? Fetters, Savior, and then, like, this thing and this, and Pack Leader. Doesn't seem very good to me. Yeah, red, green, splash, black is what I was thinking. The only thing is black has more early drops, I think, than the other colors, but we might get enough out of red, green. We do get Rada, which seems pretty busted to me. Yeah, red, green, splash, some black removal is what I was kind of thinking. Yeah, of course, the Temple's in if we're doing that. And then even though I don't think I like this card a lot in general, going from 3 to 5 might be appealing. Although, there's 3 4-drops right there. Do we have red 4-drops? No. Yeah, red is not that impressive here either. Could lose the Turnislags, get more early drops, and play green, black, splash, red. What if we... Because we don't care about the Turnislags. What if we do... that? Guess we're not really getting much more early drops. And then the Rada is a splash, which isn't great. We're subbing, like... Kerr's not really a good early blocker. I mean, you could spend your mana for Imp and Blackguard. It's not great either. Hey, Flex Retro, thanks. Yeah, I mean, we could play the zombies. We do have Liliana's Decree, after all. Or Devotee, sorry. Do we gain life at all? Not really. Oh yeah, we have that nice green, black, gold 5-drop too. Yeah, Liliana's Devotee looks good to me. I mean, I kind of like this. The Sky Scanners are fine. I mean, if you're not really doing anything with them, they're, like, not bad, not great. I'm probably going to play some of them. Format hasn't seemed that aggressive. We'll probably play Mind Rot. And then, like, maybe 2 scanners. Oh, I missed Hunter's Edge. That's just a good card. I don't know about the Dreadmaws. I mean, the deck's a little slow. I mean, I know it is the best card ever printed, but I might hold off. I guess it didn't end up that slow if we include all the early cards that are bad. Maybe just get this out of there. That card's pretty bad. It's just way too many mountains. I guess our fixing isn't very good like this, though. Just have the 1 temple. I mean, I don't really like splashing Dragonfire off 3 mountains. I think I do like the red-green better. It's a little slower, but it has, like, Thrill. It lets you cast better cards early. I'm kind of surprised that this is where I'm going, but I think this is better. Plus, we get way more good removal, because the finishing blows are splashable and the Turn to Slags aren't. And these are just better splash cards. These are more late game cards. I mean, I think this deck's pretty good aside from being a little slow. Oops. Didn't mean to cut the best card ever printed. 8, 10, 16. I think in this version we go with that because we have more 5s. 8, 10, 16. This is clearly a 17 land deck, so that's 8 green, 7 red, and 3 black. That looks right. Plus we have the Sanctum. If you have a really aggressive Gruul, I do, but we don't. I don't think this deck is very good. Forgot I went back to red as a main color. I can play more of these. I mean, I can't really play the Snoop with no other goblins. I'm not expecting to cast that on turn 2 successfully. This deck is not that aggressive. I wouldn't play the Tampering. I could play the Havoc Jester. Do I have anything that sacks? Not really. Pitchborn Devils, I think it's good. It's just I think it's worse than my 5 mana cards I already have. And my Dreadmaw. I'm in no way against the Devils. I think it's a pretty good card. Just my 5s are good. And my early drops kind of suck. Yeah, I like Setesian Training. I mean, I don't think it's great in this deck because we're not like an aggro deck and we don't have like a lot of early stuff. It is good on Skyscanner. I mean, I'd probably have to cut Skyscanner number 3 for it. I could cut, like, the Sanctum, but, I mean, it's also a black source and double red. I think the Sanctum has to be played as fixing in this deck. Got the Thrill also. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I like Setesian Trading too. I just don't know what I would cut for it. It depends. I mean, if you can't deal with bombs, then yes, listed. But usually you have access to removal and sealed. Yeah, Rada doesn't need trample. If Rada's out attacking and putting extra lands into play, I'm a happy camper. I'm more interested in turning one of these into a 2/1 flyer, but realistically, I think this is right. This doesn't have Death Touch in the beginning, right? So, just put out our Vine to block it. It's not like we have many 2-drops anyway, then we can scry, see what we need. Well, there goes that plan. So I can play the Temple, or I can block sack. I'd rather sack this later, I think. Let's just get our tap land in play. We know we don't need lands, but I'll top that. I already have a 3, a 4, and a 5, so then later in the game I can thrill away excess lands. I played Vine because the deck's really slow and kind of controlling. Despite the colors, like, it's really like I said, a kind of slow, kind of controlling deck. I've got a lot of good removal. My cards are not that cheap. So, I mean, I'm definitely discarding Mountain, but then I'm not sure what the second discard is. I think it's Mauler. Because Mauler doesn't match up well against this. This does. I don't want to discard a second land. I think that would be too greedy. And I'm not that scared of Flood, because if I do draw a bunch of straight lands, I can discard one to thrill. Oh, yeah, I should have discarded a Forest, not a Mountain. You're welcome, Casey. Because I do have double red cards. So Scanner stops Thieves now. So if we brick for the turn, we can thrill away Forest. If we draw a 4-drop, we'll just cast that, of course. Okay. Let's throw away this Forest, see what we get. No help there. Pretty cool with all of this. I'm not going to sack the Vine because I can always sack it later for an extra card once this 5/4 is in play. I do love Deathbloom Thallid. I love Saps in Dominaria. I'm glad to see Deathbloom Thallid back. It's just a sweet, grindy card. Okay, this is pretty much scripted now. We want to get out the weird before we cast all these spells. We can Dragonfire the Thallid. Other creatures get -1/-1. There's End Mine. Do I want to Dragonfire that or the Thallid? Probably still the Thallid. Guess I can kill that later if I want to, and I don't think I really care about creatures getting -1/-1. Heck, I'm just taking less damage for now, if anything. So if I do kill this, this is going to grow to 4 power, so I'm not going to have a... Oh, I can just turn this like this, and then I get the equipment too. Life is good. And if I attack, they attack back. Right now, if they attack, I would block. No reason to trade 3 for 3. They're ahead in life, I'm ahead in resources. Oh, I'm not saying this card isn't good, just it wasn't scaring me. I'm like a red-green deck, you know, I have bigger creatures, I have removal. Obviously, if you're like a white weenie swarm deck, then this Karvek could be really scary. No real decisions. We don't need life. Just put out our threats. I'm going to save the removal for a bigger creature. No need to kill a 2-1. I know we could have dealt them a lot of damage, but we could also keep attacking for 3 and then kill their next threat. Ouch. I mean, we're back to parity, except I'm holding 2 removal spells. Holding 2 lands because of Mind Rot. Now I'll just play one because I can just discard the Shrine. The Shrine is basically a land at this point. It's just a dead card. Normally I wouldn't kill that 2-2, but they're at 4, I'm at 9, and I have 3 removal spells in hand, so I'm going to go ahead and use my worst of the 3. Just ride in the scanner to victory. So again, we'll see what we draw, and if it's just another land, I'm going to go ahead and kill that because, I mean, I don't really have anything else to do. If I get the chance to draft a Shrine deck, I'm in no way opposed. Shrines are sweet. Riding Sky Scanners to victory with your all-removal deck is also sweet. Go Scanner, go. This is sealed. 4th sealed of the day. We're 7-2, 3-3, 6-3. Ooh, turn 2 Dryad, turn 3 Rada. I like this hand. Actually, I might play the Sanctum for extra mana on turn 3, and then the Rada. This way I'll at least get 1 free crack at a land, even if they have removal. Well, either way, let's start with the Dryad. Who here remembers Miracle Grow? So what do we want to do? Actually, maybe I play the Truffle Snout, because we don't really need the extra mana. And then next turn I can play Rada and get the crack at the land, even if they have removal. But against green, there's not that many cards they can play to kill Rada on their turn, right? Like, if they had, like, black-red up, I would never play the Rada this turn. But what can they even do to kill Rada on their turn? They can play a Mountain and Scorching Dragonfire. That's, like, it. There's very little, right? So I'm just going to get Rada going. It's the one that's going to attack for the most, and it grows the Dryad, so I'm not missing damage. Yeah, I mean, the reason I wasn't going to play the Rada is because if they have removal for it, you want at least one crack at a land, so it's a better turn 4 play than a turn 3 play. But with green up, they couldn't kill it. And then there's not really black cards, I think. I mean, there's the uncommon or whatever, but there's not, like, much. Like, they would have to go, like, Mountain Dragonfire might be the only common in the format for them to kill it on turn 3 with green out. Okay, lands off the top. Always off the top. If they want to trade Dryad for Thallid, that's not great for me, but it's fine. I have a handful of green cards, and then the Mauler will grow. The Mauler doesn't have to be in play when the creature dies, right? If I, like, trade in combat and then play the Mauler, it'll grow, right? Okay, so I don't mind trading the 2-2 for the 3-2. We know I have a handful of green cards. I can't really grow the Dryad. Plus, this will net me a counter on the Mauler here. So it's important to remember, because a card like Rada is a lot more subtly broken than, like, Pelucranos or whatever. I'm not saying it's as good as Pelucranos, but I just drew a card. I had the top card of my deck was a land, I put it in play. That's virtually the same as draw a card at this point in the game. So this was 3 mana, 3/3, draw a card. Okay, for now, no real choices this turn. Attack and play my Snout as a 3/3. It's kind of a weird chump block at this much life, and it's going to grow the Mauler. Alright, I'm definitely not interested in them death touching out my 5/5, but I will have it grow again and hit them for 8. I have to do it before they block and give it death touch, because this doesn't have trample. I don't want to miss 5 damage just to make them spend a black here. What is this thing? Hexproof from black, okay. When it deals common damage to a player or planeswalker, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You can reveal a creature or Garruk and put it in your hand. Well, that's a pretty strong card, but not right now. So the 1 in the air puts them to 6, which means the Harbinger has to chump block the 6/6, and they have to take the 3/3. So life is good. Yeah, my cat's bigger than yours. I mean, the Mauler performed really well that game. Remember, though, I'm a Jund deck with a ton of removal. I don't think Mauler's always going to perform this well. Like, a lot of green decks, it's going to be a 4 mana 3/3. You're not always going to be able to force trades. I have like 7 or 8 removal. I have 2 Turn to Slag, 2 of the 5 mana black removal, Scorching Dragonfire, like the green Hunt the Weak. Like, this is like removal deck, so the cats are going to overperform. Hey, Stisiak, thanks. Scorching Dragonfire might or might not trigger it, just depending on what the cat says. I don't even know. Exile instead. And if it says dies, then no, it doesn't trigger it. But nonetheless, the other 10 cards I named destroy. So I'm scared of a 4-2, but I really don't want to miss counters on the weird. I don't know what you're posting, Radalorian. If there's a mod around, you can message it to them or something, but... Can they play a 4-power creature next turn? I have a handful of spells. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm going to Dragonfire away a 3-3 here. It's just unnecessarily risky, right? To not do so. Yeah, they could pump 1 and then attack me for 7 or 8 or whatever. And if it would be different if I was a little flooded. I might want to see what they do. But I know I'm going to tap out for a 3-2 grower that can't block either of their creatures. And I know I have a handful of action. Oh, thanks. That's a sweet clip. Lyra when she jumped on the back of the chair. That's a great clip, Radalorian. Thank you for posting that one. Alright, for now, I think I'm just going to take the turn off in Sky Scanner. I want to get the Twin Blade Assassin out before I start killing things if I can. I need to make my land drops. Yeah, well done. That's a great clip. Doesn't have reach, right? And now next turn, I mean, if they don't do something meaningful, we'll just kill whatever and life is good. I don't even think I want to risk them having a pump spell or something. So I'm just going to go ahead and use the super expensive removal. Because, I mean, this game is over if that happens. Whereas if I go for Turn to Slag, maybe they Titanic Growth or something. Yeah, but to be fair, I had mine first. So one could say Huey copied me. I don't actually think he did. But I did have mine first. I adopted Lyra the day of the Dominaria pre-release. So unless somebody worked at WotC, I'm the original Name Your Cat Lyra. Everybody else is just imitator. I'm sad I'm not going to get to say mutate my old tomatoes anymore. Alright, let's see. I think I would happily trade Quarion Dryad for this Singer. Like I said, I have 2 red spells. I mean, I have plenty in my deck, but that's a flyer. It is prowess, too. And I kind of want to get the weird in play, because you never know what's going to happen on the next couple turns, whether I'm going to want to play spells or not. I could play the Truffle Snout, but then I miss this attack for 2. I think this way I get the weird out. I'm able to attack. See what they have. This is probably going to force me to slam on the brakes, though. Unless I draw Soulseer. So now if I kill the 3-2, they get a 1-1 because this doesn't actually exile. But these both grow. Seems good to me. Then I could attack for 6. I mean, I think the Blue-Black Reanimator was the strongest of the seals I've had so far. And the Blue-Red spell is probably second. So far, it seemed like blue has been pretty good for me. But I really don't know. I haven't played white in any of the seals, have I? I played red-green, blue-red, red-green splash black, and blue-black. I don't know if that's coincidence or not. Yeah, I know. I said doesn't exile. They get their 1-1. But they can have a 1-1 to jump with. Who cares? Still get to attack for 6. Alright, so if they play a spell, this is a 3-3. If I play Thrill, these both grow to a 4-4. I mean, they could double block, but it's not like it's that scary, and who knows if they even have anything. So I think we attack. If they don't have anything and they go for the double block, they might get blown out. If they do have something... Okay, if they're just going to do that, do I Thrill now? I think I do, because I want to discard the land, and then if I draw a land in 2 cards, I can play the Snout. If I don't draw land, so be it. But if I let this happen and play land Snout, then I don't want to discard Dreadmaw to Thrill. I want to discard the land to the Thrill. So I'm going to go ahead and thrill. Sure, whatever. Unfortunately, I don't have enough mana to play the cat now because it would grow, but we can still put the Truffle Snout in play. Clearly, I'd rather have a 3/3. Like I said, you're only going to take the life if you're low or if you're going to trade it off either way. So what is this thing? They can return a creature from the graveyard to the battlefield, but it would just be a Deathbloom Thallid. Okay, so now if we draw a land, we get to slam Mauler. If not, attack with Truffle Snout and play... Dreadmaw. If not, attack with Truffle Snout and play Mauler. Life's pretty good either way. Not sure why they didn't attack. Are they really playing to chump here? If a creature's not going to block, it should attack. Yeah, maybe they had some interface issues. It's possible. Okay, this has trample, so I think I can attack with both. If they want to eat the 3/3 with a 4/6, then they're chumping the 6/6 with the 2/2 and going to 1. If I send the 6/6, they can they're going to tap it. They're going to draw a card and then pay 1 and tap the 6/6, in which case I'm not going to be able to attack with anything. Well, Dragonfire is interesting. So I can 2-for-1 myself, but I exile the Kraken so they can't get it back. And that frees up the 6/6 for next turn. Also, the Mauler will grow to a 4/4 because I'm losing the Snout, so that seems worth it. So what's going to happen is I'm going to go to combat. They're going to tap the Dreadmaw. I'm going to attack with the Snout. If they take it or block with the Singer, cool. If they block with the Kraken, I'll finish it with Dragonfire. I'm 2-for-1ing myself, but Dragonfire exiles so they can't reanimate it. And the Kraken's just a really good card. This also grows the Mauler to a 4/4. It's not a bad turn. Thanks, Marsh3825. Appreciate the subscription. I don't really have any thoughts on the counters deck yet. I mean, honestly, I haven't even had it, so, I don't really know. But I do appreciate the support, and let us know how it goes for you. Alright, so I'm going to scry first, because if we find a removal or something, we can play it. Because we're going to sack the Vine. Any creature in this tight of a game, though, I'm not going to bottom. They can bring a creature back. Let me make sure they don't have anything giant. I don't think they do. Yeah, just Deathbloom Thallid. So, attack and see what's up. I'm not worried about them double blocking the Mauler. This is a 6/6 trample. If they want to chump with the Snitcher to not die, then they can double block the Mauler. I'm still killing 2 creatures and losing 1 and dealing damage. Hey, Spiffy, it's going pretty well. New set, new puzzle to solve. Ikoria was fun. Now we're on to M21. Sure thing. So like I said, we lose the Mauler, which would have grown, but we kill the Snitcher and the Singer. So really, it's a nice 2-for-1. We deal them some damage. And we're going to have 2 lethal threats in play for next turn they have to stop, because I'm going to go ahead and draw a card now and put this Cur in play. We obviously don't need the wall at this point. Well, we still have a game. There goes the Cur. That stops the Dreadmaw. If I top deck a removal, we win, and I have like 100 of those. But the game continues on for now. So that's not a removal, but if I trade creatures, I'll get to draw a card. So that's worth it. If they're smart, they'll double so they don't take a point of trample. Because if I had a removal or a pump and they block with only worm, they'll die. So the good play is to double. Of course, we'll trade for the worm. About an even trade, but I did it because now we'll draw a card during our end step. What is this card? Enchanted creature is 3/1 flying, and it's a demon. You can cast it from your graveyard by paying 3 life and discarding a card. Cool. Okay, so if we killed both their creatures, they'd be dead, but we don't have that kind of mana. But we can turn this slag the 4/3, and then they just have to chump block, and we draw a card into turn. That seems good. Oh, never mind. They've got a counter, so I don't want to trade my 5/4 for theirs, especially given they can always... Oh, no, they can't bring the demon back, but I still don't want the trade. If they don't have an answer, I can try again next turn with Finishing Blow. Well, that's weird and scary. Alright, I'm just going to take it. If they only have one blocker, I can kill it and kill them with the Assassin. I mean, if they kill my Assassin, it ain't great, but if they had the removal, they could play it in anyway. And that's 2 blockers, but I couldn't block the 3/3 because they would have pinged it. Wow, I might have lost this game. I did not expect to lose this game. Okay, so if I kill the Elder now, I'm dead on board. If I attack with this and they double block, they get a 1/1. I have to let this go and kill that, but then I'm not dead on board. I could also kill it and draw a card. Do I have any instants that save me? What's left in my deck? Because I won't get the card until my end step, so I have to draw an instant. Finishing Blow number 2, I don't have enough mana for that. So yeah, the only way I'm not dead, I think, is if I attack and they double block. Thank you for the generous 300-bit donation, Thesseric1. I appreciate the support. And I'm not saying I'm going to win. I'm no longer drawing an extra card here. I don't know if I have anything that does 2 directly to them, but I do get to live another turn now. So then, if I can top deck something that does 2 damage or something. Or I could draw a scanner into a creature. And I have 3 scanners. So actually, I mean, I have outs. Scanner into something else, like, and it's an even game. So it's still winnable. Well, that's a removal. So I can now kill the 3/3, because they didn't send the 1/1. I don't know why. I should have done it on my turn. I'm just giving them the ability to top deck a counter. But that doesn't really matter, because, I mean, if they drew a counter, I lose anyway. So now it just comes down to this draw. Come on. Well, we're not dead. I have to Hunter's Edge a Saproling. It's kind of embarrassing. But now it's a top deck battle. No! With no cards in their deck after all of that! This is their last turn! Yeah, it was a good game. We were so far in front. I mean, that was a nice win by the opponent. I gotta give it to him. Yeah, Duress is not a card you want to play in your main deck in Limited. I really hate stuff like Duress. Board it in if they've got a bunch of counters and stuff like that, but don't main it. So even though it attacks for less, I'm playing the Scanner first for the reasons I talked about last game. Now I can play Rada next turn, and if the top card's a land, I can put it in play immediately. Vigilance, protection from mono-colored. When it enters the battlefield, puts one counter on target creature itself. Whenever it or another creature dies, if it had a +1/+1 counter, get a 2/2. What is this card? Jesus, it does it all. Protection from multi, not mono. Good clarification. Matters a lot given my hand. I mean, Rod is a pretty nice card drawing engine. Every time that there's a land on top, we just get to put it in play and get to the next card. I mean, just one per turn, but nothing yet. But I'm going to try and kill that 4/5. Do I want to go for Turn to Slag now or Finishing Blow on their turn? Probably Turn to Slag, because if they use Feet, then I wouldn't be able to Turn to Slag later, but I can still Finishing Blow. So I'm going to try and Turn to Slag it. Don't expect this to work against a green-white deck, but you never know. And then I think Rada could attack. I mean, if they had a pump spell, they would have saved that. I think it's unlikely they have anything. Oh yeah, there is Destroy a tapped creature. I mean, it's whatever, though. I have other stuff to do, and I mean, I would have preferred not to attack with Rada because of Swift Response, but it's not a big deal. Attack and then Scorching. I don't think that's going to work. I get blown out too bad if they have some things, right? Like, if they have Feet, I just lose both my cards. Like, I just get destroyed. I throw away Rada. Like, as is, I'm not ecstatic about how that went, but I didn't actually throw away Rada. It just traded with a removal spell. Oh yeah, it's pro multicolored also. But even if it wasn't, I wouldn't make that play. Alright, I'm not going to trade because now I can kill something on my turn and then grow the Mauler. So the only question is, what do I want to play now? The Hunter's Edge, I guess. I mean, it seems highly unlikely they have anything. Just take out, like, the Dryad. And then we'll grow again. No, Mauler doesn't grow on your opponent's turn, only yours. No, this is the last one of the day. What is the Wingmare? Does that do anything? Non-creature spells cost one more? Okay, whatever. I think I want to get out the other Mauler before I play any more removal. So maybe Mauler and Vine this turn and kind of chill. Then next turn I can, like, Scorch the Flyer and sack the Vine and pump both these. And then I can start attacking with them after that with all this removal to play. Well, maybe there's a better target for Scorch. What is this? Gain 2 life for each creature with flying. Okay. So we're on 3, 6, 7 mana. So we can't double spell, but we can Scorch the better of the 2 flyers and sack Vine. If we use a 5 mana, it actually costs 6, so then we can't sack Vine. So this is the right play. And then, I mean, I should have sacked Vine first, because if you draw a card, maybe you find something that changes your play. But other than that, it's whatever. Sacking the Vine pumps the Maulers. So I really want to kill the Mare this turn, so that next turn I can double spell with Soulsair and Mauler. So I'm not going to Mauler this turn. So I think I'm going to attack with the 6/6. It's kind of risky because if they have a removal for the 4/4, I'm going to take like 8 and die next turn. I mean, there's no way they're holding removal aside from maybe the one that kills a tap creature. I can't imagine there's that many green-white can top deck, but I mean, I'm not scared of an alpha if they don't have anything. Like, I'll eat a 3/4 and take 5. Then next turn I double spell. They're not like alphaing me to death. But if they do have like a removal, then I die. Oh wait, I forgot the 7/7 on taps. Okay, that play was safer than I thought. Wait, why didn't I attack with both? I forgot the Mauler on taps. I apologize. Okay, well, no decisions here. Beat down. If they go for a double block, I'll kill one and blow them out. If they take it, I'll just play the Mauler and kill a flyer. Yeah, I forgot the Mauler on taps. I just completely forgot that. I should have probably sent the other one also. I mean, if they double blocked, I would have had to kill a different creature, but that would have been fine. Ooh, now I might gain 4. But first and foremost, I need to kill the 4/3 flyer, so I think I only send the 6/6 here. Because if I send the 4/4 and they double block, I don't want to have to kill like the 3/4. This 4/3 could kill me in 2 turns. If they want to like triple block, I don't mind trading it for 2 of their creatures. These are some big cats. Mauler's a really cool card. I love the design. And I'm not going to discard Truffle Snout. Let's take a draw step, see what we get. There's a card I am going to discard, and we have plenty of mana, so let's start by discarding the mountain, see what we get. No help. So if I send just the 7/7 and they triple block, I lose it, I kill 2. If I send both, they have to chump the Mauler, and then they double block the 5/5. So the end result is I lose the 5/5 instead of the 7/7, and I kill 2 of their 3 creatures either way. So it seems better to send both. I'd rather lose a 5/5 than a 7/7, of course. I went through that kind of quick. If I send just 7/7, they triple. I lose the 7/7, they lose the 3/4 and a 2/2. If I send both, they have to chump block the 7/7, double block the 5/5. I kill 2 of their creatures and lose just the 5/5, so it's better. I don't think there's a difference really between a 2/2 and a 3/3 right now on this board, so I'm actually going to gain the 4 for the first time. I didn't mean to play the mountain, but who cares? What do they have? I don't even know. There's a card that gives +6/+6 or Death Touch from green white. What is going on right now? Well, the 8/8 and the 1/2 are threatening lethal. The Truffle Snout's not really doing anything. I mean, the Dead Trigger Mauler, I don't care if they get a counter on Mauler. So I'm just going to block with the 2/2 because that's not really doing anything anyway. So now if I attack with both, they have to chump 1, trade with the Cur, looks good. Is there Destroy a Blocking Creature in this format? Is that a card? First impressions of the format seem fine. I mean, I don't really know yet, but it seems okay. So that's all we have to do, right, to get that trade. Yeah, destroy a tapped creature, but that doesn't disincentivize me from blocking. Yeah, Curse seems pretty solid. It's definitely not an F. Like, it's not great or anything. It's like a C, but it's definitely not an F. It's a playable. It's not amazing. It's not horrible. I would describe Igneous Cur as like solid to filler playable. Like, it's not. It'll get cut from your best decks, but like if you need a card, it's fine. Oh, Mauler seems pretty good, yeah. But again, I think it's overperforming because I'm a Jund removal deck. There's going to be decks that are mostly green creatures where Mauler won't perform nearly as well as it's going to in my all-removal Jund deck. Alright, so if they play anything good to Dragonfire, we will. Otherwise, I'll throw away a forest. Y'all know I'm greedy. We already have land 3. We're drawing 2 more cards, plus Rada can find lands anyway. While I try and play other 3-drops over Rada, so I get that one crack at the land, I'm not going to do nothing rather than play Rada. So I'm going to play the Rada because I have no idea whether they have a way to kill it in hand or not. Okay, no land on top. I'm not going to be scared they can kill Rada. If they do, they do. If not, they take 3. I'm not missing damage out of fear that they'll kill a tap creature. Still no lands on top. The opponent's not doing anything. So, I mean, if they just play a creature now, they're dead. If they don't play a creature and they don't have anything, they're dead. Looks like the opponent's mana screwed, just doing nothing. Not like I really have anything else to do. Might as well just go for the win. Paid actor. Hey, you see me keep those kind of hands all the time. Hey, Spanky, that's Scott Lipp. He beat me for like a GP top 8 a few years ago, and he's just a good player. I'll Dragonfire that end of turn if they don't do anything better, but I'm not going to Dragonfire main phase. Like, I'll take the one. Like, for example, I'd rather kill the battalion. Even if they'd attacked and then played it post-combat, I would have took the one, and then end of turn I would Dragonfire it if they didn't play anything. But if they play, like, a 3-2, I'll just Dragonfire that. It's a better card. So what can we do? We can block this with the 1/1. Obviously, I don't care if they discard a card. I can't do anything with Hunter's Edge. I need a real creature out. Kind of want to put out the weird before I start playing all that removal, because I don't want to miss it growing. I kind of want the cat out too, but for now, I mean, I'm only taking 2 damage. I can throw the scanner in front of the Hollow Blade, and then I can either play the cat or Hunter's Edge, depending on what they do. I think I missed hello the first time, but I think I hit it the second time. Thank you for pointing that out. Well, there goes that. Yeah, Hollow Blade's a sweet 2-drop. And Acolyte is a really sweet 4-drop as well. I guess I'm just going to have to hope they don't have removal and grow my weird bigger than their stuff. So I'm going to take it for now. There's nothing wrong with chumping the 4-2, but I can always chump it later. I still have plenty of life. So I can Thrill, and then if I find a land, I have Soulseer to turn Weird into a 4-4 in combat. But that doesn't really change much. So I think I just Hunter's Edge now. Get rid of the 2/4 and grow the weird to 4/4, and then I take 5. Because I can always make that play next turn, so I have 1 extra card to find the land, because I have my draw step in 2 instead of just 2. Because if I didn't draw the land off the Thrill, and I went for Thrill Soulseer, I'd be completely screwed. And I'm probably going to have to do it next turn if I don't draw a land, but that's still at least 1 extra card to find it. Again, you could chump the 4-2, but I still have a reasonable amount of life. I don't really think I need to. Okay, now there's the land. So actually, I don't know what I want to do now. The problem is if I play the land, I don't have anything to discard to Thrill. I guess I can just Thrill and then see what I draw, because the weird now becomes a 5/5, which is big enough to block the Hollow Blade. Greed is good, right? Discard that land. Thank you, Bruton Gaster. Appreciate the subscription. I mean, a player that isn't me would probably have discarded Final Blow here, but I'm a huge, huge believer in Greed. I guess the Scanner hasn't been attacking or blocking, but I mean, it is kind of a backup blocker, you know what I mean? Like, if they would, like, kill the weird, I would chump the Hollow Blade or something. Okay, whatever. That's just a 2-mana 2/2 with flash at this point. Another Hall of Famer. Hall of Famers like Greed. Okay, so that's bad. Oh, no, Soulseer works against Indestructible. Okay. So let's let them alpha if they want. And then we can do Soulseer on the Hollow... Well, we could Soulseer the Hollow Blade. We could also just let Weird block the Hollow Blade and grow to a 6/6 when we Soulseer the Flyer. Because I am losing to the Flyer, I mean, slowly. I'm going to take 2 this turn, so I'm going to be at 4. Yeah, I think I'd rather kill the Flyer, actually. So what I think I'm going to do is Scanner on Hollow Blade, Spellgorger Weird on, like, this 2/3. Soulseer on the Flyer. Because now the Weird's still bigger than the Hollow Blade if they don't have any more ways to pump it. I mean, this is risky, but Dreadmaw is also bigger than the Hollow Blade. So as long as they don't have any more ways to pump it, and I mean, I don't want to just lose the game in 2 turns to the Flyer if I don't top deck a Swamp. I'm going to 4 here no matter what I do. Why not Weird in front of Soul? In front of what? I don't know what you wanted me to do differently. If I put the Weird in front of the Hollow Blade, they can just discard a land or whatever and make it indestructible. I wanted to get the free kill on the 2/3. And the 2/3 is better than the Containment Priest. Containment Priest has no ability. I'd rather kill a 2/3 than make them discard a card, yeah. We need to draw a Swamp. That's a problem. Doesn't have Trample. I think for now I'm going to chump it with the Dryad and try and attack back. Hopefully we'll draw the Swamp. No, Mountain, just what I needed. So let's see. If I send the 2 6/6s, they can just take it. If I send one of them, that seems fine. If they double block, I grow the Mauler. The weird is the one that can grow, so I'm going to hold off on sending that. Because I need to grow it to a 7/7 so it can block Hollow Blade again. Come on, deck. Like, I just need to draw a swamp here, and then we're looking alright. The weird would be bigger than the Hollow Blade. Oh, I don't mind the questions. Come on. How many straight mountains and forests can we draw? Either, like, red removal or, like, you know, even if it's like a turn to slag, I can kill the 3/4. It grows the weird to a 7/7. It doesn't matter this is rare. It has no abilities. Like, it might have a powerful ability against Legacy Reanimator, but I'm not planning to put any creatures into play aside from casting them. Yeah, this was a really disappointing game. I mean, it was a good game aside from the last 3 draws or whatever, where I just keep drawing land, random little creature land. And I couldn't even draw, like, a black source. If I had drawn, like, Turn to Slag earlier, I would have been fine, because I'd have a 7/7 weird stopping Hollow Blade. And if I had drawn a black source, I would have been fine, because then I could have cast both of these. Oh, 5 and 2. I mean, it's reasonable for the opponent to play around some stuff in that spot. They don't want to get completely blown out. Like, I could be holding a removal. Remember, you have the luxury of looking at my hand. They don't. Okay, this hand's better than it looks. We're on the play. We got the shrine. Oh, we're on the draw, but we still have the shrine. So that means we can play this on turn 4. We have our black mana. I mean, the hand's a little slow on the draw, but what are you going to do? I mean, I'm not going to mull it. I'm against mulliganing. That's just my official position. I just want to be on the record. Yeah, not the best. So let's see. If I put out a Mauler, I can trade it with this 3/3. If they give it +1/+1, I can trade it with the 4/3. If I put out the Assassin, I can trade it with either one, but they still get to attack with both. They put the Short Sword on this one and attack with both, and I have to trade the Assassin off for the Pteranodon. The Assassin is considerably better than the Mauler, so I think it makes more sense to play the Mauler here. Because, I mean, I think I want to trade and slow them down. I mean, I know I could potentially grow my creature, but... Well, that's probably pretty much game. Now I have to stop 2 creatures. Which I cannot currently do. I usually wouldn't play the Green Shrine, but I played it in this deck because I had the Black Splash. And I had a lot of 5-drops and not very many 4s. Yeah, they just curved out with 2 mana 4/4s basically while I had a slow hand. Disappointing game. Can't really do anything. I mean, I guess if I Sky Scanner, I can draw Scorching Dragonfire or something, which is better than conceding, so... Go ahead and play Sky Scanner. Now I actually don't have any outs. There's no 1-mana cards. Well, thanks to everybody who pre-released with me. Remember, even though these last 2 games, were kind of disappointing, I mean, it still went 5-3, and this deck was pretty mediocre. So 5-3, 6-3, 7-2, 3-3, not too bad for my first time seeing the cards. This is my last draft and game of the day, or sealed, whatever you want to call it. What's up, Spanky? Good game. So I'm going to be calling it a night. I appreciate everybody who hung out with me today and pre-released with me. Have fun playing the new set over the weekend. I know I will. For now, I'm going to finish up with a raid. I'm going to send you over to Voxy, so if you want to watch more action, you can hang out with her. Otherwise, thanks again, everybody. I always appreciate the support. If you want to see the sealed get built, these will be on YouTube within a few days. So check out my YouTube channel, same name as the Twitch. Draft stream will be the next stream. This is going to be the only time I do sealeds. So, whether I stream over the weekend or not until Tuesday, but whenever the next time I'm on streaming, it'll be draft of M21. I just like to do the 1 day of sealeds when the set first comes out. We can see. Still #1 Mythic. Come and get it, y'all. I know there's a lot of hungry people out there in the Magic community. Come and take it from me. It's right there. Have a good one, y'all. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the new set. And I will see you next time.